Okay, now we are going to the conference. This is the key, the heart of this international conference. So I would like to invite three speakers for plenary session 1. Professor Syed Farid Alatas, also Professor Lena Salaymeh, and the last one, Professor Joseph Lumbard. And this session will be led by Stefan Lacroix. Yeah. Stefan is the fellow at the Faculty of Islamic Studies. Time to moderators to take over. So please, Stefan.
So good morning, selamat pagi, günaydın, assalamu alaikum. I can say bonjour maybe then, just get all the languages. So it is a pleasure for me as a visiting professor here at UIII on sabbatical leave from my home university in Paris, Sciences Po, to moderate this first panel. I can't stress how much I think this will be in many ways a foundational panel to the conference. Because while the conference will apply the question of decoloniality to different domains, political economy, environment, education, and you've seen the program, you've seen all the different themes that will be addressed. In this panel, we will be taking a step back, and we will look critically at the epistemologies behind the production of knowledge in different fields, particularly as it relates to Islamic studies. And beyond their critiques, this morning's presenters will also propose alternative epistemological principles and paradigms aimed at better neutralizing the effects of coloniality on how knowledge is produced. But without further ado, let me introduce them, because it's them who will speak and not me. First is Professor Syed Farid Alatas, who many of you, I'm sure, already know. Professor Alatas is a major intellectual figure from Malaysia, and he's a professor of sociology at the National University of Singapore. Professor Alatas has written on many different themes: the sociology of Islam, social theory, religion and reform, intra and interreligious dialogue, and the sociology and political economy of knowledge production. And I have personally been an avid reader of his works, in which he offers to reclaim the sociological legacy of Ibn Khaldun, questioning the very understanding we have of sociology. The second speaker is Lena Salaymeh, who is a professor in the Section des Sciences Religieuses of the École Pratique des Hautes Études, EPHE, in Paris. She was previously a professor at Oxford University and at the Max Planck Institute in Hamburg, Germany, where she co-founded the Decolonial Comparative Law Project. Professor Salaymeh is particularly known for her groundbreaking book on the beginnings of Islamic law, which came out a few years ago, offering a fresh and critical look at the beginnings and not the origins. And she might tell us why she insists on the beginnings and not the origins of Islamic law. Finally, our third speaker is Joseph E.B. Lumbard, who is an associate professor of Quranic studies at Hamad bin Khalifa University in Doha, Qatar. And Professor Lumbard previously taught at the American University of Sharjah, at Brandeis University, and at the American University in Cairo. Professor Lumbard is a scholar of Islamic philosophical theology, Sufism, and Quranic studies, and among his many endeavors has been a book of which he was one of the main editors, and a book I'm sure many of you know, which is called The Study Quran, which is a monumental contribution to the field of Quranic studies. I think it came out 10 years ago, which for the first time in English brings together the Quranic text with tens of canonical tafsirs, and again, making it available for the students, for the academics, and I think this is a book that, again, many people in Islamic studies across the world have been using ever since. So we can start this panel then. Professor Alatas, the floor is yours. You can sit or you can stand, whatever you like.
5 or 6 points about decolonization, which I think for me are important points that have guided my understanding of what it means to decolonize knowledge. And I tried to make these few points in the context of the Muslim world. Now, the first point is the need to have a more exhaustive treatment of decolonization of knowledge. What I mean by that is the need to move away from a more abstract understanding of decolonization to an understanding that enables us, especially those who are less familiar with it, especially for students, an understanding that would enable them to actually think in a decolonizing way and to do research in a decolonizing way. To do this, I find it useful to think of decolonization in terms of three dimensions. One is the dimension of anti-colonial or anti-Eurocentric thought. The two other dimensions have to do with reconstruction and original construction. Let me just give a few examples of that. When it comes to anti-colonial critique or anti-Eurocentric critique, we have actually 500 years of such thought. If you talk about colonialism, European colonialism began with the conquest of America, late 15th century, and with the gradual spread of colonialism among the various European powers, you have, by the 19th century, early 20th century, 75–80% of the world colonized between the Dutch, the British, the French, and a few other smaller colonial powers. And you have, therefore, a tradition of anti-colonial thought that emerged in almost every part of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. And we've only now just begun to document this variety of anti-colonial thought. In fact, in the last 60, 70 years, when we began to think in the universities in Asia, Africa, and Latin America about decolonizing knowledge, we didn't really make this separation between anti-colonial thought on the one hand and the task of creating new knowledge, or what we might call construction or reconstruction. But that is, I think, changing. And we have to realize that anti-colonial thought is something quite complex. It really, the nature of anti-colonial thought differs from the type of colonialism. We have many types of colonialism. You have extractive colonialism, where the colonial power is interested in extracting resources, minerals. You have plantation colonialism, where the idea is to, is to grow cash crops, other kinds of crops. You have settler colonialism. You have internal colonialism. You have semi-colonialism. So with each kind of colonialism, there is a different critique. For example, the tendency with anti-colonial thought coming out of, in the context of settler colonialism, is to critique genocide. Whereas if the context is plantation colonialism, the issue more is economic exploitation rather than genocide. The other aspect of it is that when you look at 500 years of colonialism, you have varieties of anti-colonial thought that is determined by the location of the critique of the critic. For example, we can distinguish between anti-colonial thought, our anti-colonial thought today, as we reflect on the past. But we also have anti-colonial thought emerging among those who are living during the colonial period. And again, as I said earlier, that also depends on the kind of colonialism we're talking about. You also have anti-colonial thought among the colonizer. Great example, one of the most famous examples comes from Indonesia, right? I think you will know that I'm referring to Multatuli, to Edward Dawes Dekker, who wrote the novel Max Havelaar. So although he was not calling for the end of colonialism, he was a critique of colonial policy, and his work had been used by Indonesians who were calling for the end of colonialism. I think I just wanted to give you an idea about how complex just this area anti-colonial thought is, and that we have yet to thoroughly, even for our region, for Indonesia, for Malaysia, for the Philippines, we have yet to document in a more exhaustive manner the variety of anti-colonial thought. I also want to mention in this respect, in this regard, one of the most creative thinkers with regard to anti-colonial thought has come from our region, Jose Rizal. Jose Rizal would probably be among the first systematic thinkers to think systematically about the nature of colonial society, but he is extremely understudied in our region, perhaps with the exception of the Philippines, but definitely understudied in Indonesia and in Malaysia. So, I'm still on the topic of anti-colonial thought. What the critique of colonial knowledge or the critique of Eurocentric knowledge has in common, regardless of the variety of anti-colonial thought, there are a few characteristics, and there are quite a number, but I will just maybe mention 4 or 5 characteristics. For me, a core characteristic of Eurocentric or colonial knowledge or colonial thought is its false universalism. And there are many examples of it, but I just want to refer to one. I have in mind, there was a Rabbi, Stephen Weiss, an American Jew, he passed away in 1949. He was a prominent Jewish leader in the US, also a philanthropist. Now, he's famously quoted as having said that an Arab Palestine is a menace to the world, and a Jewish Palestine is a blessing to the world. Now, what you have here is a specific perspective of a Zionist which is presented as a universal truth. It is presented as a fact, as a reality, and a universal truth. The same thing can be said of the phrase, the discovery of America. A specifically European experience projected, conveyed to us as a universal truth, as if the events in 1492, Christopher Columbus arriving at what later came to be called, the Americas, was a feat and discovery of humanity, when it actually was a specifically European discovery and a European experience. But the point is, what defines Eurocentrism is the generalization of a specifically European experience as the universal experience of humanity. Now, the consequence of that is that in order for that false universalism to be accepted as a universalism, as a universal truth, there has to be a distortion of reality. In the case of Palestine, that distortion was that there was no civilization in Palestine, right? The famous phrase, Palestine was a land without people, for a people without a land. There was no civilization, there was no culture, there was no literature, there was no music, there were no libraries. This was the distortion. And in all our various contexts, and certainly in the Malay world, Indonesia, Malaysia, we have similar distortions that were promoted in colonial scholarship. To maintain the veracity, the truth of these distortions, and to maintain the false universalism, you then require the silencing of local indigenous knowledge and local indigenous voices. That is also another feature of colonial thought. And because you don't have local indigenous knowledge, you don't have local indigenous voices, what dominates, therefore, are European concepts and categories. Now, this domination of European concepts and categories is extremely problematic, and I think we have really yet to understand the full ramifications of that. Partly because of the strength of these universal categories. I mean, for example, we take our region, Malaysia, Indonesia. Take Indonesia, Bali. Bali is an important tourist destination. The people in Bali are called Hindus. When we speak about the history of the pre-Islamic history of our part of the world. We speak about the people here as belonging to Hindu/Buddhism. This term Hindu/Buddhist, right? Without realizing that these are completely false categories, because we don't remember that there was no such thing as Hinduism. Hinduism was a colonial construction. And we know this from the work of Al-Biruni, when he wrote his work, Kitab Malil Hind, that when he went to India, he spent 13 years in India, he studied Sanskrit. He was very clear that what we regard as a single unitary religion called Hinduism was actually several religions. And that's why he said that my intention was to study the Adyan al-Hind, the religions of India. The British, perhaps looking at the religions of India through the lens of Christianity in Europe, assumed that what you had was one religion with several sects and denominations, and they sort of, they sort of christened that religion as Hinduism. And we continue that kind of discourse, and we've not even begun to deconstruct that. So this is the issue of anti-Eurocentric or anti-colonial thought, to recognize these characteristics of colonial knowledge or Eurocentric knowledge, and of course to critique that. Now, that is only the beginning of decolonizing knowledge. We then have to go about the task of reconstruction. When I say reconstruction, I mean taking up the themes in Eurocentric knowledge, in colonial knowledge, and providing new interpretations, reconstruction. For example, Jose Rizal was maybe the first to not only critique the Spanish construction of the lazy Filipino native, but he offered an alternative explanation as to the state of backwardness of the Filipino farmer, of the Filipinos in general. I won't say, because of lack of time, I won't say more about that, but my point is that there is the task of reconstruction. There is also the task of original construction. In other words, where we raise new themes, new agenda, new concepts, new ideas that do not exist in the existing social sciences and humanities. My favorite example is the development of a new field called stupidity studies. One of the pioneers is Ali Shariati. His concept of istihmar, from himar, yes? Which basically, is looking at the role of ignorance as an ingredient, as an element in ideology. So basically, by istihmar is referring to the stupefaction or stupidification, or more literally, the donkification of the masses. And he was speaking about the religious elite, the role that the religious elite played in donkifying the masses. Now, in our part of the world, we have the notion of, I don't know whether some of you have heard of this, jadong, okay? Now, if those of you who know Malay or in Indonesian, we have an expression, bodoh sombong, which means stupid, sombong, arrogant, right? Now, Syed and Alatas came up with the idea of jadong, which is jahat bodoh sombong, right? Which is, evil, stupid, arrogant, right? But again, this is, it sounds funny, but it's a serious concept that's meant to throw some light on the function of ideology as it refracts and distorts reality. But it must also be able to get the masses to come to a view of reality that is in line with the interests of the dominant groups. So if we were, for example, to look at the work of Jose Rizal to construct a theory of colonial society, this would be an original construction because it doesn't exist. So this is what I mean by colonial, by decolonization, consisting of three dimensions: the critique of colonial or Eurocentric thought in all its complexity, the reconstruction, and original construction. So this is the first point that I wanted to make about having a more elaborate and exhaustive definition of colonial, of decolonization. Now, my second point is this, that we need to spend more time talking about how Eurocentric knowledge sustains and promotes the Eurocentricity of the world itself. Because it is not just knowledge that is Eurocentric, it is the very functioning of our international political economy, the way we organize our lives in all spheres of life that revolve around Euro-America. And many of these things are things we take for granted. The use of the US dollar, for example, is a good example of how our lives revolve around an American institution. International organizations like the World Bank, the IMF, the G8, and many others are institutions that are often controlled by small groups of countries and determine the fate of the rest of the world. Conceptions of development. The idea that capitalism, the idea of the finality of capitalism is the only system possible, that we are not taught in schools. If you study economics, and I would say generally the discipline of economics and the discipline of political science in particular, maybe less so sociology, tend to also promote that idea that there's no alternative beyond capitalism. Socialism has failed. Capitalism is as Fukuyama put it, the end of history. And Islamic economics is one of the culprits, because it does take that position, that there's nothing beyond capitalism. And in fact, if you examine Islamic economics, it is neoclassical economics dressed up in Islamic terminology. There is no concept of exploitation in Islamic economics. There is no class theory. So it is basically Eurocentric economics of perhaps the worst kind, because it is quite silent about many of the problems that we have in real life existing economies. So I think the task of decolonizing knowledge is not just to create new knowledge, not just at the aesthetic or theoretical level, but also to deal with the continuing coloniality of the world. My third point is this. This has to do with what our politics should be about. It's not enough to talk about decolonizing knowledge. It's necessary to engage in some kind of action, maybe intellectual disobedience. I think this involves maybe at two levels, I would say at least two levels. One is not just participating in conferences and writing books and articles, but also changing the way we teach, which requires rewriting textbooks. And we've been very weak on that. In my field, in sociology, for example, there are hardly any textbooks on the history of sociology or sociological theory that are written from a decolonizing perspective. And there are many fields in sociology that are actually very backward from this point of view. The sociology of religion, which is one of my areas, I think it's also your interest, right? Sociology of religion is one of the most backward fields, because it's a field in which almost every concept is derived from one religion. The central concepts in the sociology of religion come from Christianity. Church, sect, denomination, cult, even the concept religion itself. Now, how is it possible to have a field that is supposed to study all religions, but the conceptual vocabulary comes only from one religion? And, we don't seem to be very serious about this problem. I always say to myself that if I were to be an expert on Christianity, but my conceptual vocabulary comes from Islam, I would never be taken seriously as a scholar. I would certainly not be invited to Oxford or Cambridge or to Harvard to give keynote addresses. But yet we are doing that. So it's very strange that a field for the study of religion has no conceptual vocabulary from Islam, from the Hinduism, from Buddhism, from other religions. And I think we can say the same about other fields. The practice of decolonizing knowledge in terms of how we teach and our writing of texts and so on is very important. I would also want to say that there's a need for us to challenge our university administrations, because university education, certainly in this part of the world, I think everywhere, is moving in a direction away from the ideals that we believe in, for those of us who believe in the project to decolonize knowledge. The obsession with metrics, with ranking, actually reinforce intellectual imperialism and academic dependency. But there's very little, I think, that we are doing as far as the politics of academia are concerned. So this is something that we need to talk, perhaps, under the category of intellectual disobedience. The fourth point that I want to make has to do with the reasons for decolonizing knowledge. Why do we want to decolonize knowledge? I think of it in terms of three reasons. There's a theoretical reason. The theoretical reason is that there are concepts and ideas which are colonial or Eurocentric in nature. I've spoken about that earlier. And therefore, there's a need to reconstruct knowledge, to engage in original constructions, to have new theories and concepts that emerge from intellectual traditions other than the Western intellectual tradition. And there is a whole world, there are several high intellectual traditions around the world, as well as, the folk traditions of the peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, which are sources of ideas and concepts that we have not taken into account. I mean, if you just take the Islamic tradition, after 50 years of discourse and Islamization of knowledge, we still do not have a Khaldunian sociology, for example. Nobody, I think, has articulated an anthropology of religion based on the work of Al-Biruni, and so on and so forth. So, and if you talk about the other intellectual traditions, the Islamic intellectual tradition from the Malay world, you can say the same thing, that we have not really regarded the intellectual tradition as sources of ideas. Neither have we taken seriously language as a repository of concepts and ideas. In this part of the world, for example, we have, in Malay and Indonesian, we have so many words that refer to movement of people. Yeah, we have ngelaju, we have hijrah, we have merantau, we have nginap, we have mondok, many words, right? And these are words you find in everyday language. And they refer to different ways in which people move. But these words have not entered into studies on migration as concepts, as relevant concepts in the study of migration. So there's a whole world of ideas that we need to access. So there's a theoretical reason. Now, there's also an aesthetic reason. The aesthetic reason is that it's simply interesting. Why are we so boring as to limit ourselves to the Western intellectual tradition, and even then, a very narrow understanding of the Western intellectual tradition? The British, the Americans, maybe to some extent the Germans and the French. What about the Spaniards? What about the Portuguese? What about the Russian? What about the whole tradition of Russian thought? At least from the 19th century, if not earlier, which we have no interest in. Not to mention all the other traditions, from around the world. It's very interesting that when it comes to food, we are not boring. We are interested in, we will not stand, for restricting our cuisine just to one country or one nationality, one nation, right? Same thing with music. We would consider, we would frown upon someone who's only interested in eating Javanese food or Sundanese food or, Indian food. They don't eat anything else. They're not interested. We would, we would think that this is a very strange kind of attitude, right? But yet we have that attitude when it comes to knowledge creation. So there's an aesthetic reason. And finally, there's a political reason that the idea of decolonizing knowledge is not just to come up with new theories and concepts, and to be interested, in different knowledge traditions, but also to change the world. Because it is not just knowledge that's colonial or Eurocentric, the world itself is colonial and Eurocentric. My last point, I have a few minutes, yeah? Yeah. So my last point is this, that as we concern ourselves with decolonization of knowledge, in other words, as we engage in the critique of colonial knowledge, of the coloniality of knowledge, of Eurocentric knowledge, let us not forget that there are many other hegemonic orientations that affect knowledge production, not just Eurocentrism. And I think this is especially important for those of us living in, outside of the West. Certainly, my own experience in Malaysia, we have other orientations, hegemonic orientations, some of which have nothing to do with Eurocentrism. One of the debilitating orientations that affect knowledge creation is androcentrism, which is the male bias. Women are left out in the history of sociology, of sociological theory. There are no women founders. It is as if there are no women founders of social theory, for example. Now, there's also sectarianism, right? In Malaysia, in Indonesia, you've got, in fact, many parts of the Muslim world, you've got anti-Sunni, anti-Shiite in Malaysia, of course. That affects knowledge production. You actually have scientific papers, conference papers that claim that the Shiites have their own Quran, for example. You have scientific papers that claim, that resurrect the myth that Shiism was a religion created by the Yemeni Jew Abdullah ibn Sabah, for example, right? You have the rise of ethno-nationalism in Malaysia, where history writing is distorted to reflect the idea that non-Malays played no important role in the history of Malaysia. You have similar kind of ethno-nationalism in the form of Hindutva ideology in India. So sectarianism, traditionalism, ethno-nationalism. In the case of Malaysia, those of us who write from the perspective of the School of Autonomous Knowledge, we are concerned with several other hegemonic orientations beyond Eurocentrism. And I think I guess the point is that if we were to get rid of Eurocentrism today, we are still being saddled, we still would be saddled by various other hegemonic orientations. So these are my 6 points. And I want to conclude by saying that I wonder, since we are talking about the Muslim world, I wonder whether the Muslim world is up to decolonizing knowledge, really. Certainly there are individuals like us who are interested to decolonize knowledge. Are our institutions up to it? Our institutions seem to be locked in a Eurocentric mode and are increasingly, locked, particularly through what I would call academic capitalism, the infiltration of capitalist values in academia, where we are running our universities along the lines of cooperation. We are introducing forms of evaluation that in the past were reserved for corporations. The use of key performance indicators, of various kinds of metrics, of indexing, the obsession with ranking. This is one problem. Now, the other problem, of course, is the lack of freedom, the lack of academic freedom. There are very, very few universities in the Muslim world where you can speak comfortably and be critical at the same time. The best of countries, as far as freedom is concerned, do have problems. I mean, I think, relatively speaking, I think Malaysia is quite a free, and certainly Indonesia even more, right? But even in these universities, there are restrictions as to what we can talk about. And I think, in the Middle East, there's a serious restriction of academic freedom. The last issue with regard to the nature of our universities is academic dishonesty. In many universities in the Muslim world, you have, for example, what is called coercive co-authorship. I'm not going to talk about other countries, I'll speak about my own country. We have a policy that requires our graduate students in public universities, the policy is that they should publish, for example, 1 or 2 articles as a requirement for the PhD. You have to write your thesis and you have to publish 2 articles, let's say. Those articles must be co-authored with your supervisor. The supervisor's name must be on this article. This is a matter of policy. It's not just a practice. It's a matter of policy. It is extremely unethical, but it's a policy. Worse still, in many cases, the supervisor does not do the work. Is not really a co-author in terms of actually co-authoring, doing the writing, doing the research. Right? And this happens in many places. Sometimes it's not a matter of policy, it's a matter of practice in some countries. In Malaysia, it's a matter of practice as well as policy. And this is only one of the forms of academic dishonesty. So, we should ask ourselves, are we really up to the task of decolonizing knowledge? We have all these lofty ideals about decolonizing knowledge. You look at the lack of freedom, you look at political interference from the ministries of education, you look at academic dishonesty, it's really an uphill task. If it was up to me, I would return to the pre-modern Muslim model of the university. Because the university, in the old universities of the past, the Qairawan, Al-Azhar, the Zaytuna, they were not state institutions. They were what we would call in today's terms private institutions, because they were based on awqaf. They were based on endowments. And the degree was granted by the teacher. The ijazah was granted not by the institution, and certainly not by the government. And therefore, no authority could ban books or writings, or could decide for the teacher what to teach. But when the idea of the university traveled to Europe, and Oxford and Cambridge, for example, followed the Muslim model of awqaf, they call them religious endowments, charitable endowments. They made some modifications to the system in that they put the university under the purview of the Catholic Church. So the degree was officially granted by the Catholic Church. And the Church could then decide what could be taught and what could not be taught. So for example, there was a time when the Church banned some of the writings, some of the works of Aristotle. They were not allowed to teach in the universities. Now that model of the Church overseeing education with secularization in Europe was taken over by the ministries of education. Right? The universities that we have in the Muslim world are not taken from the pre-modern Islamic models, but from the European models. And therefore our universities, including our Islamic universities, are actually Christian universities, based on the Christian model. So that's the first thing that has to be decolonized. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you for the invitation to participate in this conference, and thank you to the organizers for all their hard work in putting together this event, and special thanks to Professor Rijal for making special arrangements for me. I sent a lot of emails to him. So in my talk today, I will explain that the only way to generate decolonial scholarship is by using decolonial heuristics, and I will provide concrete examples of colonial methods and decolonial heuristics in scholarship, specifically about the Islamic tradition. Although I will focus on scholarship, I feel it's important to remember the urgency of both concrete and abstract decolonization. Palestinians are being slaughtered in Gaza, but their neo-colonial experience is the most intense expression of global conditions that affect other parts of the world. So my talk will be divided into 3 parts. First, I'm just going to do a brief introduction to decolonial theory and talk about some common misunderstandings of decolonial theory. Second, I will explain what a tradition is and what it means to use decolonial theory to study a tradition. Studying a tradition entails heuristics that differ from the dominant methods in the colonial field of study known as religious studies. Religion is a colonial category, and the conventional academic heuristics of religious studies reflects epistemic colonialism. The heuristics reflect epistemic colonialism. Third, I will emphasize the distinction between decolonizing scholarship about a tradition and decolonizing a tradition. Colonial approaches to studying traditions involve positionality and appropriation that imitate colonial governance. So I will elaborate that members of colonized traditions should engage in decoloniality through internal processes that exclude scholars affiliated with colonial institutions. Simply put, researching the Islamic tradition is different when it is intended to engage diverse audiences as compared with scholarship that's intended for Muslims only. So to begin with, we should recognize that there are two understandings of epistemic decolonization. One is a form of critique, which I refer to as decolonial theory. The other is a practice or way of being in the world, which is decoloniality. As I will explain further, researchers affiliated with institutions that produce knowledge for diverse audiences should engage primarily in decolonial theory. In contrast, scholars who are part of institutions that produce knowledge only for its members should engage primarily in decoloniality. And I'm not claiming that these are mutually exclusive practices. I simply want to emphasize the importance of positionality, as you'll understand. So scholars researching the Islamic tradition should begin, in my opinion, with critique. And so we need to understand what critique is. Critique identifies and challenges hegemonic epistemic power. It is not limited to the Frankfurt School of Critique, and it is not an essentially secular practice. There are no universal methods of critique, but it begins with not making assumptions. Critique is a language, so reading comprehension is often distinct from speaking ability. This is why I often encourage scholars to avoid speaking critical jargon. Critical research begins with a critical research question and not a topic or subject. There are some misunderstandings of critique that must be emphasized. Criticism of the global north or of colonialism is not in and of itself decolonial critique. Progressive politics and topics are not in and of themselves decolonial critique. Identity or location in the global south does not lead to decolonial critique, and research about colonialism is not necessarily decolonial critique. Instead of all these misconceptions, decolonial critique is generated by decolonial heuristics. Decolonial theory exposes the epistemic assumptions of colonialism. Epistemic colonialism is a mode of thought that legitimizes colonialism and neocolonialism while espousing universalism. It is a form of epistemic power that resembles and reinforces colonialism. So epistemic colonialism exists in both colonial and colonized regions of the world. It marks knowledge systems from the global south as inadequate or antiquated, and either suppresses or replaces knowledge systems of colonized peoples. Scholars of post-colonial theory often refer to epistemic colonialism as Orientalism. Decolonial theory is concerned with recognizing and strengthening knowledge systems from the global south that managed to survive colonialism, as well as developing decolonial ways of thinking from any region. Decolonial theory rejects epistemic colonialism's constructions of national, racial, ethnic, gender, and religious classifications as universal categories. Those are all colonial categories. Decolonial theory, or epistemic decolonization, however, cannot undo all forms of epistemic injustice. Decolonial theory and decoloniality can only deal with colonial forms of injustice. We must be precise about how we use certain concepts. It's important to recognize that epistemic colonialism is not equivalent to Western or Eurocentric. An idea or practice can be Western or Eurocentric without being colonial. Only ideas or practices that are imposed through colonial power should be identified as colonial. Sorry, I'm having problems with the slide, the PowerPointer, of course. There's always a technical problem of some kind. So with this brief introduction to decolonial theory, let's shift to applying these theoretical principles to the study of the Islamic tradition. Since epistemic colonialism constructs the notion of religion, we must identify what existed prior to the colonial imposition of the notion of religion. And as I have illustrated in my work, Islam is a tradition, meaning a changing array of ideas and practices shared by groups over time. A tradition has no essence, it changes depending on time and place, and there is no pure version of a tradition. Hybridity is normative. Individuals and groups within traditions compete to define orthodox ideas and practices. We must understand how epistemic colonialism, misrepresents traditions. Epistemic colonialism misrepresents traditions as in the past, killed by modernity, and not existing in the present, or only existing in regressive forms. Traditions are stereotyped as conservative, irrational, or unjust, usually using the term undemocratic, also oppressive, meaning everything that the myth of modernity is not. And we have to recognize that modernity is, of course, a myth. So the myth of modernity caricatures tradition as the antithesis of modernity. A decolonial approach to tradition recognizes that we must resist epistemic colonialism's distortion of traditions. Nonetheless, traditions are not utopias. They should not be romanticized. Islam is a multivocal, contingent, and changing tradition at any given historical moment and in any precise geographic location. The Islamic tradition is the outcome of both specific conditions and broad patterns. It is not static, and it does not have essential features. Scholarship that relies on epistemic colonialism may or may not depict the Islamic tradition in positive terms. In other words, it does not matter if a scholar says positive or negative things about the Islamic tradition. That was not the problem with Orientalism. It was not the problem that Orientalists didn't like Islam or didn't like Muslims or presented them negatively. Epistemic colonialism is discernible in how researchers study and depict traditions. So I'm going to now shift to discussing 3 examples of epistemic colonial heuristics. These are heuristics that I've written about extensively, so for those of you who are busy taking notes, you don't need to take notes. You can find it all online in lots of various articles. So the 3 heuristics are, first, searching for original Islamic sources using the problematic method of source criticism. The second is identifying Islam's origins based on a false notion of authenticity. And the third is imposing a Protestant Christian notion of religion. Why did it turn off? I didn't turn it off. This thing is, giving me trouble. Okay, so colonialism involves extraction from the colonized society and oppression of the colonized population. In a parallel way, epistemic colonialism involves extraction from and oppression of knowledge of the colonized. Tayyib Mahmoud explains, quote, "The colonizer was the subject of this colonial knowledge production, the native only the object who furnished the body on which colonial power was to be inscribed. The natives were held not to be safe guides to their own past history," end quote. In Islamic studies, epistemic colonialism manifests in the use of source criticism to extract from and denigrate Islamic sources. Many scholars depict Islamic sources as unreliable, yet also simultaneously mine data from those sources based on source criticism. In their view, source criticism reveals the truth that the colonized is incapable of knowing. The implications of source criticism in Islamic studies parallel the colonial destruction of indigenous archives. Source criticism consists of comparing surviving textual sources and, based on a set of presumed neutral principles, identifying which source is supposedly older or more authentic in order to construct a so-called original text, an urtext. Source criticism, however, is not an objective method for organizing or evaluating historical sources. Instead, it is often a method for constructing an imaginary original text, an urtext. Among 19th century European scholars of Islam, there was a prevalent presumption that source criticism was an advanced method for authenticating so-called problematic Islamic sources. When source criticism is applied in Islamic studies, it is typically premised on the Eurocentric superiority of source critical methods over other methods, including the heuristics of Muslim scholars. 19th century scholars of Islam perpetuated colonialism's civilizational mission when they discounted the science of tradition reports, usul ilm al-hadith, of Muslim scholars based on the presumption that those heuristics were inferior. Indeed, because they viewed those heuristics through the lens of epistemic colonialism, they misunderstood and misrepresented them. Although the heuristics of Muslim scholars who compiled and redacted tradition reports, hadith, Differed from those of modern scholars, both are equally subjective and imperfect. That is, the heuristics of pre-modern scholars and modern scholars are based on cultural assumptions and ideologies such that they are neither neutral nor infallible. The prevalent claim among 19th century scholars of Islam that tradition reports are ahistorical texts is not a neutral or scientific assertion about what constitutes a valid or reliable historical source. When scholars in Islamic studies employ source criticism, they effectively dismantle the archive of late antique and medieval Muslim scholars. Thus, source criticism colonizes Islamic sources. Unfortunately, 20th and 21st century scholars have neither abandoned source criticism nor developed alternative heuristics. 19th century approaches continue to be treated as scientific and accurate in contemporary global North Islamic studies. A decolonial approach, in contrast, is horizontal. Decolonial scholars do not correct or judge Islamic sources because they do not adopt a position of superiority vis-a-vis those sources. Epistemic decolonization rejects the problematic assumptions underlying the depiction of Islamic sources as uniquely unreliable or biased. Decolonial-minded scholars should read all the available historical evidence critically without assigning superiority to any source. And rather than making speculative presumptions about the reliability or authenticity of a corpus of Islamic sources, such as a hadith, scholars should focus on proving every specific claim based on concrete evidence. Colonialism propagated notions of civilizational superiority that falsely ascribe to the colonized inferiority and primitiveness. Epistemic colonialism is evident in the scholarly search for origins, which parallels colonial denigrations of the colonized subject as needing civilization from the colonial power. 19th century Islamic studies scholarship adopted colonial ideology in two interrelated ways. First, European Orientalists portrayed Arabs as primitive and lacking civilization. In doing so, they relied on a reductive notion of ethnicity, a colonial category, ignoring that Arabs have hybrid identities, such as Arab Jewish Christians, Arab Muslim Jews, Arab Persians. Second, scholars of Islam sought to identify Islam's origins in a non-Arab civilization that was perceived as closer to colonial society. Accordingly, many Islamic studies scholars conceptualized Islam as having borrowed or been influenced by a pre-existing civilization. The notion of borrowing is based on false notions of inside-outside, authenticity or purity, and cultural ownership. Rather than representing a scientific approach, origins-oriented scholarship rests on speculative observations and sloppy research. Scholars of Islam generally do not provide sound evidence for the assumptions about the so-called origins of Islam. Instead, they connect the dots between idiosyncratic observations that they happen to know. Many scholars of Islamic studies misidentify certain ideas and practices as originating in one specific pre-Islamic tradition, even though these ideas and practices were common in multiple regional traditions. They also do not recognize that many of the first Muslims fused their pre-Islamic ideas and practices with the Islamic tradition, such that the scholarly notion of cultural ownership is false. Colonial scholarship's numerous declarations about the Roman or Jewish origins of Islamic law are a good example of this practice. They are unsubstantiated and have been refuted by recent scholarship. And yet, scholars continue to search for Islam's so-called origins. Searching for Islam's origins is a colonial method because it fulfills a colonial objective of denigrating the colonized as lacking civilization. A decolonial approach rejects the notions of ethnicity or civilizational superiority that animate epistemic colonialism. Accordingly, decolonial scholarship does not engage in genetic testing and instead recognizes the multivocality and hybridity of traditions. Rather than searching for origins, a decolonial approach recognizes that Islam simply began in late antiquity and constituted a fusion of the late antique world in which it began. The Islamic tradition does not have a tangible origin. There are only shifts and transformations in Islamic practices within concrete Muslim communities. The shared Islamic context, rather than so-called essential features of any tradition, clarifies whatever resemblances there may be between traditions. Notably, rejecting the notion of origins does not mean that Islam is entirely original, whatever that may mean. Within the pluralistic Islamic tradition, Muslim scholars recognized multiple relationships to predecessor traditions, and they did not make claims to pure originality. Rather than searching for false origins, a decolonial approach recognizes that pre-Islamic practices became Islamic infused with new practices in a process that may be likened to a craft, what I call the artwork of Islamic recycling. The recycled component parts of Islamic artwork are not distinguishable. When the Islamic tradition began, many practices and ideas overlapped with other traditions. More importantly, the Islamic tradition is not static, but rather fluid and dynamic. A pre-Islamic practice that might appear within the Islamic tradition in the late 7th century may disappear by the 8th century. The Islamic tradition is too hybrid and too shifting to be measured in terms of pre-Islamic traditions. Thus, there is no single model for understanding how the Islamic tradition relates to non-Islamic traditions. Decolonial theory reveals the necessity of rejecting epistemic colonialism's notion of pure origins and replacing it with hybrid beginnings. Depending on local circumstances, colonial governance used the category of religion to regulate the lives of colonized peoples or to divide and conquer them. Colonizers alleged that religion was a scientific and universal category, but it was actually a colonial imposition. Colonial governance in Muslim-majority areas often controlled colonized subjects by separating them into confessional and sectarian groups and requiring them to abide by specific religious laws or make use of religious courts. By dividing and dominating the colonized population, the colonial notion of religion prevented the colonized population from unifying. Instrumentalizing religion was an important component in a colonial strategy of preventing anti-colonial resistance. The scholar John Bowen notes, quote, "When tasked to advise the Dutch government on its efforts to suppress resistance in Aceh, the Islamicist Christian Snoek Hurgronja recommended that Islam's legal and political dimensions be suppressed, but that its spiritual dimensions be allowed," end quote. Not only did colonial figures introduce a distinction between religion and law, they also promoted spirituality or ethics as a permissible alternative to law for colonized subjects, and specifically a permissible alternative to Islamic law. And that has resonances today that should be apparent to all of you. Epistemic colonialism mimics colonialism by universalizing a Eurocentric notion of religion and using this notion as a disciplining tool. The Eurocentric and universalist notion of religion implicitly compares and evaluates traditions in relation to Protestant Christianity, judging other traditions to be inferior and in need of reform. Many global North scholars of Islam evaluate the Islamic tradition implicitly or explicitly in relation to Protestant Christianity. And if you think here of the major texts that have been the most highly cited in Islamic studies in the Anglo-Saxon world, they have basically been responses to the question, why is Islam not like Protestant Christianity? Which is a false question to begin with. Hence, for example, scholars under the influence of intellectual colonialism construct Islamic law as religion instead of law. A decolonial approach recognizes that Islam is a multifaceted, pluralistic, and fluctuating tradition, and a tradition, as I said already, is a changing array of ideas and practices shared by groups over time. The 3 decolonial heuristics that I just presented are elaborated in my book, which provides alternatives to epistemic colonial heuristics. Instead of source criticism, scholars should engage in historiography. Instead of searching for origins, scholars should recognize beginnings and hybridity. And instead of imposing the category of religion, scholars should explore pluralistic and changing traditions. Pre-modern Muslim scholars were like artists who use a combination of reused and new materials, crafting their ideas by fusing ancient norms, scripture, prophetic precedents, local practice, and contemporaneous needs in unexpected ways. The craft of Islamic recycling produced pieces whose component parts are not easily identifiable or classifiable. Put simply, the making of the Islamic tradition is a craft. When contemporary scholars in Islamic studies research the pre-modern Islamic tradition, they frequently focus on aspects of the tradition that correspond to their pre-existing notions of religion. In doing so, they selectively choose to look at evidence that confirms their notions. So this is why decolonial critique in Islamic studies necessitates denaturalizing the notion of religion. So I'll just give you one specific example. I, in my own research, have tried to understand or tried to answer the question, what did it mean to be Muslim in late antiquity? In the field of Islamic studies, a conventional answer might refer to the Islamic confessional statement, the Shahada, and 5 daily prayers. This answer projects contemporary or orthodox understandings of being Muslim onto a historical past that was likely very different. That is, the 5 pillars were constructs of the medieval era. A modern revisionist answer might begin with a notion of unspecified believers who transformed into Muslims. This answer mistakenly ascribes an essence to Muslim identity and then searches for evidence of that essence in the past. Both approaches begin with preconceived notions about religion. Both approaches presume that defining Muslim begins with identifying essential religious principles or fundamental practices and then searching for historical evidence of their existence. Contrary to these common assumptions, being Muslim has different implications at disparate moments in time and in distinct geographic spaces. More importantly, belief, iman, may not be the starting point for understanding Muslim identity. Instead of assuming that being Muslim in late antiquity must have begun with belief, I suggest understanding Muslimness as constituting a relationship to a political entity. So in my article about charity taxation, which is cited on the slide, I demonstrated that late antique legal authorities required minors, but not slaves, to pay the charity tax because political belonging, rather than belief, triggered the obligation to pay the tax, zakah. I argued that many pre-modern Muslim jurists viewed paying the charity tax as enacting Muslim citizenship. The Islamic taxation system was, from the beginning, a means of taxing both members and quasi-members. It corresponded to a political framework for defining citizenship of Muslims and semi-citizenship of non-Muslims. When we look at a broad array of historical evidence, instead of selectively choosing the evidence that confirms the notion of religion, we find that being Muslim in late antiquity was a form of citizenship that has been mistranslated as religious identity. And I would suggest to you to think about why it is people accept the notion of Roman citizenship but have difficulty understanding the concept of Muslim citizenship. Removing the hegemonic framework of religion is particularly important for decolonizing Islamic studies. So let me explain briefly. Colonial governance imposed a separation between secularism and religion in order to dominate colonized peoples. That is, colonial rulers used religious codes and religious courts to manage colonized groups, and the category of religion is itself part of a colonialist discourse. Unfortunately, contemporary Islamic studies, both inside and outside the Muslim world, commonly rely upon secular distortions, or what Talal Asad has described as secular translations. Secular ideology translates the Islamic tradition into a religion, meaning the non-secular. So how does this work? Let's look at a specific example that I've written about a lot. Epistemic colonialism generates the notion of religion and religious law, and these two colonial notions translate the term sharia in Arabic into sharia in both Arabic and non-Arabic languages. The term sharia is intended to represent the English mispronunciation of the Arabic word sharia. Although sharia appears to be an untranslated term, it is actually a secular translation and conversion of sharia. The semantic relations between deen, sharia, and fiqh in the pre-modern Islamic tradition diverge from the relations between religion, what I translate as al-ghayr al-maniyya, law, which is fiqh, sharia, qanun, and hukm, it has multiple translations in Arabic, and ethics, akhlaq, in contemporary discourse. The Arabic term deen is translated habitually and incorrectly as religion, but there is no term or concept for religion in pre-modern Islamic sources. The mistranslation of deen as religion instead of tradition or some other transhistorical term or concept results in mistranslating multiple Arabic terms as religious law, which is what Sharia means. Sharia does not mean Sharia. The relation of terms changed in the modern era with the introduction of the non-secular, which is religion. So on the one hand, Sharia should be translated distinctly based on its fluctuating usages, and Islamic law is only one of its many potential translations. On the other hand, The primary meaning of Sharia is religious law, a term that reinforces colonial systems of meaning. The notion of Sharia is not only a secular translation, it is also a colonial transformation. Colonial governance imposed secularism in order to dominate colonized peoples. The category of religion generates a colonial system of meaning that transforms the Islamic tradition. So put differently, the notion of religion converted Sharia into its secular transmutation, Sharia, and colonial power disseminated and enforced this secular translation. Consequently, the use of the term Sharia in English is an act of conformity to, rather than resistance against, epistemic colonialism. The Islamic tradition is simultaneously translatable and being mistranslated in ways that manifest epistemic colonialism. In the limited time that remains, I want to shift to the third topic, decoloniality about tradition. I distinguish between decolonization of scholarship about and decolonization of knowledge in traditions. Decolonizing scholarship does not occur by virtue of relying on the knowledge or methods of colonized peoples. That is, colonized intellectual traditions are not inherently or essentially decolonial. Moreover, decoloniality is not synonymous with diversity. Including global South perspectives in academic knowledge production does not in and of itself reverse the coloniality of scholarly methods. So, for example, decolonizing academic scholarship about the Islamic tradition does not mean appropriating or imitating Islamic knowledge or Islamic heuristics. Rather than global South representation, scholars must identify and apply decolonial heuristics. The distinction between engaging in decolonial theory versus decoloniality is based on positionality and power, not on notions of objectivity, neutrality, or secularity. The distinction does not correspond to secular versus religion. Instead, this distinction recognizes that there are differences in the decolonization processes of the researcher, the interpreter of a tradition, and the activist. Even if one person engages with all three of these roles, epistemic decolonization is a distinct process in each role. So basically, the epistemic decolonization process of a sheikh who is teaching in a traditional Islamic institution is distinct from the researcher in an academic institution who's producing scholarship for Muslims and non-Muslims. Decolonial positionality is an important aspect of decolonial theory. And just by way of an example, a researcher who studies indigenous law does not have the right to make claims about what indigenous law should be. Scholars should be careful not to perpetuate colonialism or neocolonialism by presuming that they are decolonizing a tradition when they are only qualified or positioned to decolonize scholarship about a tradition. So on the slide, I have an image of a debate and a set of questions that are intended to identify positionality. When I teach decolonial theory, I go into this in more detail. The key issue is that traditions have internal mechanisms for granting authority, and researchers should be careful not to grant themselves that authority. While I distinguish between decolonial theory and decoloniality, it's important to understand that decolonial scholarship involves decolonial ethics. While using decolonial heuristics is important, it is equally important to engage in research that reflects decolonial ethics. So, for example, decolonial scholarly ethics means including and citing scholarship from the global South, as well as refraining from oversighting or centering the scholarship of scholars at global North institutions. Similarly, it's important to recognize that scholarship from the global North is overvalued and reflects institutional power. If you are citing to the same 10 scholars in the global North that global North scholars cite to, then there's a problem. And I see that often, I have to say. So let me conclude by summarizing the three topics I presented. First, decolonial theory is a form of critique that is often misunderstood as equivalent to diversity or inclusion. However, contrary to common misunderstandings, decolonial theory basically means exposing epistemic colonialism. Second, applying decolonial theory to research indicates that the category of religion and the corollary field of religious studies are forms of epistemic colonialism. Thus, in order to decolonize scholarship about the Islamic tradition, one must reject the category of religion and conventional methods of religious studies. In other words, the critique of secularism is a decolonial heuristic. I introduced the concept of tradition as an alternative to religion, and I explained how traditions are misrepresented by epistemic colonialism. I outlined several heuristics that may appear to be neutral, but that actually reflect epistemic colonialism. Source is criticism, the search for origins, and the use of the notion of religion. Third, I briefly suggested that decolonizing a tradition depends on a distinct positionality that should be communally recognized. My main objective in this presentation was emphasizing the importance of being rigorous, being precise, and being ethical in pursuing decolonial research. Decolonial theory is not a fad, it's serious and challenging intellectual work. Thank you for listening, and I apologize if it was too fast.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah alamin. Wa sallallahu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Allahumma iftah alayna bi hikmatik, wanshur alayna bi rahmatik, ya dhal jalali wal ikram. Rabbi ashrah li sadri wa yassir li amri, wahlul uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. Now, I begin in this way because I think that one of the things that we often fail to do if we're going to talk about something in the field of Islam or in Islamic studies is to, in fact, center our tradition. And in this talk, I'm going to be talking about towards an Islamic decolonialism. And I think that this is a very important issue because in many ways, when people are doing decolonial work within an Islamic frame, within the Muslim world, it tends to be something that continues to center Euro-American discussions, Euro-American theories of decolonization, post-colonial theory. Now, we're at an important moment where many have awoken to the depth and breadth of colonialism's impact upon so many aspects of life across Muslim-majority lands, and the extent to which it has shaped the lenses through which we view our own traditions. In addition to this conference, I know of there's 2 others just in the month of May. I know of several others that are in the planning, and I am surprised by how many emails I continue to receive and the increasing flow of emails that I continue to receive regarding the concept of decolonizing Islam and decolonizing Islamic studies, which, as we just saw, there's an important distinction between the two. Now, as interest in the field grows within Muslim communities, it is of fundamental importance to underline that decolonial studies must not be reduced to an anti-colonial or anti-Western vibe. Far too many are now using the terms decolonial and post-colonial because they have a nice ring, and they've heard it in other realms, without having invested the time to familiarize themselves with the literature and its many nuances, and as my colleagues have referred to, the different fields of decolonial thought, different realms, Latin America, and also African field of decolonial studies and subcontinent field. We don't really have an Islamic field of decolonial studies as of yet, though. Now, the misuses and disuses, and by misuses I mean that it's unintentional, and disuses means that it's intentional, of decolonial now flood journals and conference presentations. As Dr. Salaymeh has observed in her abstract for the conference and in this presentation, including Global South perspectives in academic knowledge production does not in and of itself reverse the coloniality of scholarly methods. So if we fail to keep this in mind, we risk reproducing Euro-American epistemic hegemony by homogenizing Islamic knowledge or a particular version, a particular manifestation or romanticized vision of Islamic knowledge in a manner that mimics and thus extends the epistemic violence of modernity by denying the epistemological pluralism to which post-colonialism aspires, and that in many ways was characteristic of pre-modern Islam. Embracing epistemological multipolarity is a cornerstone of epistemic decolonization. Now, it's a deep honor for me to share this podium with Syed Farid Alatas and Dr. Lena Salaymeh. I have long admired their contributions to this field, which far exceed my own. And I want to actually quote from one of Dr. Salaymeh's articles in her decolonial translation, Destabilizing Coloniality in the Secular Translation. In many ways, it's a launching point for my considerations in this presentation. As Dr. Salaymeh writes, from a decolonial perspective, The past is not recoverable, but historical traditions can be sources of resistance against coloniality. In order to resist coloniality, traditions must be understood in their own terms and translated into a decolonial language. Now, this observation is central to moving away from Muslim discourses that merely employ decolonial thought to critique the West, towards critiques of the colonial frame, of the secular humanist frame, that are themselves centered within, and that is the critiques are centered within the Islamic tradition. This latter approach allows us to fulfill the greater decolonial project of offering viable alternatives while changing the terms of the conversation. As Dr. McNullo observes, decoloniality focuses on changing the terms of the conversation. De-Westernization instead disputes the content of the conversation and leaves the terms intact. Being anti-Western or anti-Euro-American continues to center the Euro-American discourse. Now, it too often happens that when confronting Euro-American hegemony, Muslim discourses either, one, adopt modes of critique that derive from the Euro-American frame, post-colonial and decolonial theory being the latest iteration, and thus perpetuate Western epistemic hegemony, sometimes in very insidious and subtle manners. Or two, they fall into modes of discourse that seek shelter in an idealized vision of the past, rather than building upon Islamic teachings to respond to the exigencies of the present. This latter is what René Guénon identified as traditionalism rather than tradition. Here I will address the pitfalls of each approach and then propose a manner, if I have time, in which the terms of the conversation can be changed by offering critiques that embrace the multipolarity of Islamic teachings across multiple schools of thought. Now, the distinction between tradition and traditionalism may appear to be one of semantics. It is, however, central to distinguishing between reactionary anti-Westernism and opposition to the hegemony of colonial modernity that is grounded in heuristic principles. Failing to recognize this distinction between tradition and traditionalism risks distortions whereby we fall into another of the many superficial isms which are the hallmark of the metaphysical entrapments of modernity. Among the first people to discuss this distinction is René Guénon, and I'm going to talk extensively about his thought because there's been a recent turn back to Guénon due to the work of Halak, and I think that many people are misreading Guénon, and I should confess here that for me, myself, I actually even entered the field. This is one of the first people who I read that made me move towards the field of Islamic studies. Now, for René Guénon, when we're talking about tradition, and this is very different from what many people think of it today, but when we're talking about tradition, we are talking about understanding things in terms of transcendent eternal first principles, or at least looking to things with the idea of a transcendent horizon. And this for him is what distinguishes a traditional scholar from a traditionalist. A salient definition of tradition is provided by Syed Hussein Nasser in Knowledge and the Sacred. Now, I must introduce the caveat here that in other places, Nasser falls into the very essentialism that Guénon decries. Nonetheless, this particular definition is useful. Tradition, as used in its technical sense, means truths or principles of a divine origin revealed or unveiled to mankind and, in fact, a whole cosmic sector through various figures envisaged as messengers, prophets, avatars, the logos, or other transmitting agencies, along with all the ramifications and applications of these principles in different realms, including law and social structure, art, symbolism, the sciences, and embracing, of course, supreme knowledge along with the means for its attainment. From this perspective, tradition implies both the sacred as revealed to man through revelation and the unfolding and development of the sacred message in the history of the particular humanity for which it was destined in a manner that implies both, and this is crucial here, both horizontal continuity with the origin and a vertical nexus which relates each moment of the life of the tradition in question to the metahistorical transcendent reality. And one of the reasons that I am using these particular definitions of tradition, this idea of tradition, is because many times when we use the word tradition, we fall back into a horizontal view of it as something just over time, rather than something that maintains that transcendent connection, which for many people who are living within a tradition, be it the Islamic tradition or another tradition that we would call a religion, they see it as having some element of the transcendent imbued in it. Now, this concept of tradition is fluid and adaptable, recognizing tradition not only as phenomena manifest within Islam, but as a reality that through connection to a transcendent horizon has given rise to multiple epistemic systems. In contrast, the idea of tradition, invoked by many Muslims today, results from viewing Islam through a colonial lens that makes of it a stable, fixed object across time and space. When conceptualized in this manner, the discourses that arise from traditionalism remain heavily policed cognitive systems which control and delimit both the mode and the means of representation. Rather than countering the epistemic violence of modernity, such discourses reproduce it in a most insidious manner. As Guénon observes, indeed, it sometimes happens that people go so far as to apply the word tradition to things which are by their very nature as anti-traditional as possible. What we could call the multipolarity of tradition is seen within the Islamic traditions in many ways, or our Islamic traditions in many ways, such as multiple modes of Quranic recitation, multiple schools, methodologies of jurisprudence, variations in creed. The fact that jurisprudence never manifests as a legal code but must always entail the application of principles and methodologies by a jurisprudent familiar with the local environment has embedded within it a recognition of the relativity of spatio-temporal applications of knowledge. This does not, however, negate the connection they are seen to have to principles which are held to be transcendent and universal. For Guénon, what characterizes secular human modernity is the absence of this connection. As he writes, the modern civilization suffers from a lack of principles, and it suffers from it in every domain by a monstrous anomaly. It is alone among all others a civilization without principles. Thus, a return to tradition, a return to principles are in reality just one and the same thing. But clearly, the knowledge of the principles, where it is lost, must first be restored before there can be even a remote thought of applying them. The central focus of Guénon's project is to rebuild tradition by connecting all facets of life to these, what he believes to be essential transcendent principles. He was opposed to nothing other than the absence of this, which for him characterizes modern Western civilization. Now, there's a fundamentally important thing here, is that in Guénon's writing, he does seek the places within Western civilization where he saw this as being manifest. So it is not inherently anti-Western in and of itself, but it's anti-lack of attachment to or a seeking of a transcendent horizon within the knowledge systems of that civilization. Now, movements that combine a misunderstanding of traditions with a political ideology were foreseen and disavowed by Guénon himself as a way of denaturing the idea of tradition. And this is a phenomenon that is witnessed by many movements within the Islamic world that seek to revive an idealized past without recapturing the fundamental teachings and, more importantly, the epistemic fluidity which made that past a viable reality. Guénon believed that the reinstitution of principles would provide benefits for all of humanity by allowing every domain of life to be connected in some way to eternal truths rather than transient fantasies of infinite progress. Now, this call to metaphysics lies in stark opposition to the dry literalism of many Islamic movements of the past 100 years. It is also very different from the vision of epistemic pluralism advocated within decolonial and postcolonial theory. Now, I now wish to turn to the second shortcoming that often arises in attempts to counter Euro-American epistemic hegemony. This is adopting modes of critique that derive from the Euro-American frame in a manner that perpetuates the dominant discourse, post-colonial theory being the latest iteration. In adopting post-colonial and decolonial frames to undo the deleterious effects or counter the deleterious effects of colonialism, we risk falling into another form of coloniality by perpetuating the suppression of methodological critiques and alternate modes of thought, when employing a discourse that, for the most part, remains very Euro-centered. From one perspective, decolonial and postcolonial studies are secular liberalism's latest iteration of the creed that only liberalism can provide the solutions to the problems it creates. As with all dimensions of the Euro-American Academy, post-colonial and decolonial studies arise from a Hegelian mode of genealogical inquiry grounded in a theology of infinite progress. As Amy Allen observes, this progressive and developmentalist reading of history, in which the West or Europe is perceived as more developed or enlightened than other parts of the world, is predominant within post-colonial scholarship itself and deeply intertwined with the civilizing mission of the West, which justified imperialism and colonialism, and of course continues to justify neocolonialism. Now, as Allen writes, post-colonialism, according to this view, is simply a fashionable offshoot of postmodernism, and it suffers from the same excessive culturalism that plagues its forerunner. This is to say that as the theoretical foundations of postcolonial and decolonial theory lie in liberal secularism, they often perpetuate the Euro-American epistemic dominance wherein substantive truth claims are reduced to an equality of arbitrary human constructions. It does not, in fact, offer cross-cultural understanding. Rather, it reduces all perspectives to the logic of Enlightenment modernity, which starts from the assertion that there is and can be no transcendent truth. Every subaltern voice is heard, yet remains tethered to the overarching narrative of the liberal, secular, humanist framework. This approach is all too easily reduced to a more insidious epistemology of imperialism, wherein all knowledge is perspectival, but not all perspectives are held to be equal. As David Bentley Hart observes, a transcendental surveillance of all differences under a rule of absolutely indifferent difference can provide only very particular rules of engagement. Dialogue can proceed only when all parties will consent in advance to a surrender of all claims to ultimate truth, end quote. Now, as Eduardo Mendieta observes, postmodernity perpetuates the hegemonic intention of modernity and Christianity by denying other peoples the possibility to name their own history and to articulate their own self-reflexive discourse, end quote. Postmodernism itself is a logical result of the theology of progress and is necessary for maintaining it, as it allows for the illusion of infinite progress by fully detaching claims to progress from any determined, measurable, or definable objective. It lies within the idea, it has kind of the illusion of the perspective of no perspective, centered upon having no center. The only transcendent truth is that there is no transcendent truth. The only grand narrative is that there can be no grand narrative. The only universal intelligible is that there are no universal intelligibles, etc. This becomes another means of asserting that the assumptions underpinning liberal secular humanism are inherent in the nature of things, and all counter-narratives, especially those that are metaphysical or seek transcendence, are therefore inadmissible. To quote David Bentley Hart again, the always looming absurdity of the post-metaphysical vantage is that under the pretense of a tender regard for difference, it in fact converts every particularity into just another instance of the same meaninglessness. This is not hospitality toward the other, it is conquest of an especially dissembling kind. Grounded within postmodernism, itself an extension of modernism, decolonial and postcolonial approaches are all too often grounded in the underlying premise of the modern Euro-American academy, a creed in the religion of progress, that non-Western epistemologies are fit to be an object of investigation or analysis, but are not fit to be the tools of analysis through which we might understand texts and the world, or through which we might analyze dominant Eurocentric epistemologies. Postmodernism and postcolonialism, while seeking to open towards diversity, do so in a manner that continues to center the Cartesian human by viewing any and all opinions and perspectives as forms of knowledge. This is in fact a condescending paternalism that conceals a surprisingly sinister cultural imperialism. With postcolonial theory, this is perhaps most noticeable in the thought of Edward Said, who has been critiqued quite frequently, for whom the secular logic which identifies religion with dogmatism and portrays it as being opposed to any form of intellectual inquiry pervades his thought, to the extent that religion served for Syed as the paradigm for every form of discourse that, to use his words, serves as an agent of closure, shutting off human investigation, criticism, and effort in deference to the authority of the more than human, the supernatural, the otherworldly, end quote. This perspective denies a priori any metaphysical claims and thus serves to reproduce imperial discursive structures wherein classical Islamic intellectual traditions and of non-secular origin, and those of other traditions as well, are hermeneutically marginalized in favor of methodologies of secular origin whose superiority is assumed. The universality of secular rationalism that lies at the heart of epistemic colonialism thus persists. What Ngozi Vathiango refers to as a singular Euro-North American-centered epistemology that claims to be universal, disembodied, truthful, secular, and scientific remains fully intact. From this perspective, while decolonial approaches may avoid the hyper-positivism of modernism, they often fail to be post-Orientalism and non-Eurocentric. Reliance upon post-colonial theory may in fact reflect what Quijano refers to as colonialization of the imagination of the dominated. How much more time do I have? 5 minutes, that's perfect, thank you. Now, I'm going to shift gears here. Okay, the issues I have discussed thus far merit further analysis. Unfortunately, I don't have any more than 5 minutes. All right. So, in this final section, I want to propose what we could say un-Islamic, and not the Islamic or Islamic decolonialism, but un-Islamic or decolonial approach or lens might look like. Decolonial and postcolonial studies are useful for speaking back to hegemonic powers, for thinking our way through and therefore out of the historical imbalances and cultural inequalities produced by the colonial encounter through a systemic critique of institutional suffering and imbalance. We should thus endeavor to use them for analyzing coloniality in such a way that we do not recreate its hegemonies. Nonetheless, as I have argued, its roots, and thus many, if not most of its iterations, remain embedded in a frame that threatens to perpetuate the hegemony of secular Cartesian rationality that serves as the foundations of coloniality. Given the potential pitfalls of attempts to reclaim epistemic sovereignty through appeals to an imagined past tradition on the one hand, and through reliance on decolonial approaches on the other, I wish to now propose the manner in which, as Muslims, we can in fact build viable post-colonial alternatives that build upon our tradition and are in dialogue with the discourse of the present. I would propose that a true Islamic decolonialism must, 1, acknowledge the provincial nature of Euro-American knowledge constructions in all of their manifestations. And this, by the way, would go to what Professor Alatas was talking about deconstructing the very structure of the institutions currently. 2, critique the interpretations it provides on both factual grounds and, more important, by analyzing its underlying assumptions. 3, rebuild by reasserting the core teachings of Muslim traditions in their full depth and breadth and their application across multiple disciplines. And this would mean we'd have to critique many of the discourses of the last 100 years. There are many who have been engaged in aspects of these activities, though not necessarily through engagement with post-colonial and decolonial authors, and Dr. Alatas mentioned many of them. Now, while there are no doubt schools of thought within Islam that have historically sought to limit expressions of truth to a particular creed, there are also many who have recognized that expressions of truth, by their very nature as expressions, are of a finite nature. Modern secularism tends to conflate religion with dogmatism, a stance taken from reading all religious thought as if it issued from a Catholic catechism, which is itself a very unique phenomenon. The reality that we find in Islamic history, particularly in many late classical texts, is a broad acceptance of multiple perspectives, an inherent understanding that for there to be a transcendent truth, it itself must be absolved of the limitations of the finite by which it is conveyed. Else we deny the inexhaustible fullness of truth itself. Many ulamat of the late classical period would thus take positions that might be identified with multiple different schools, being Maturidi regarding one issue, Asharite regarding another issue, Akbarian regarding another issue, and would actually pen discourses using the particular vocabularies of those frames for different issues. Now, in the fuller version of this paper, I cite several, but here I'm going to close with one example, which I think is a very excellent example from Ismail al-Borsawi and his tafsir on the famous verse of the Quran, إِنَّ فِي ذَلِكَ لَذِكْرَ لِمَنْ كَانَ لَهُ قَلْبٌ. Verily, in that is a reminder for whosoever has a heart. Now, this is a long passage, so bear with me. All right, al-Borsawi writes, he did not say, for one who has aql, reason. For reason is bound both as regards its linguistic meaning and its reality. As for its reality, reason binds the man of reason to that which his speculation and thought lead him, such that he confines the matter to a single description, but truth refuses to be confined. The Quran is not a reminder for one whose reason restricts him to that to which thought leads him. For he is not among those who reflect altogether upon the verses of the Quran that indicate both transcendence and similitude. Rather, he gives a symbolic interpretation of what has occurred, contrary to what his thought leads him to, such as verses indicating similitude, for example. And they, that is, whosoever operates only according to reason, are the holders of partial and restrictive creeds, some of whom declare to be a disbeliever, another whose thought leads him to a specific creed that is the opposite of what the thought of the first party led them to, and they curse one another. The truth, according to one who realizes, is that which his heart revolves, contemplates among the various forms and attributes, since he recognizes that there is nothing other in being than all forms of existent things are God's forms. This is due to specializing in recognizing the real in all forms in the world and the hereafter, by one whose realization arises from his heart revolving in contemplation. God Most High says, for one who has a heart, for his heart has revolved around the issues in contemplation, and he knows the revolving of the real in manifest forms. This type of recognition can never be disavowed by one who knows the real through disclosure and witnessing. That is, from his disclosure in forms and witnessing him in them. The state of his existence is fixed in the same position, such that the separate forms do not distract one from witnessing him. Now, I can't get into the full depth of this passage and why I'm citing it, but one of the issues here is that it shows a deep connection between ontology and epistemology, which is something that was central to classic Islamic discourse, especially in the later period when they were having deep debates about what is nafs al-amr, how do we know a thing in and of itself. Now, from this perspective, it is through the heart, which is a capacity that must complement the aql, whose capacity is greater than the aql, that we can chart a course among multiple positions whose source and end is one and the same transcendent horizon. Thank you all very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for returning to this venue. My name is Noor, a lecturer at the Faculty of Islamic Studies. I am really happy, and this is my honor to welcome you to this session titled Decolonial Thought and Political Economy. We are honored to have our three distinguished speakers today, each of whom will bring a unique perspective on the intersections of decolonialization, political economy, and also the challenge that sometimes confront us in both historical and also contemporary contexts. We will begin with Professor Vedi Hadiz, who will explore the application of the colonial theory to Islamic and Muslim majority societies, which can present contradictions. One issue is the potential co-option of the colonial thought by authoritarian and religious nationalist interests within these societies, who may dismiss democratizing movements as Western imposed. And then following that, Professor Farish Noor, who will provide a critical analysis on the Orientalist bias in the portrayal of the non-Western other, a bias that persists from a colonial era to the present. He will specifically discuss that through a linguistic examination of Orientalism, this bias can be existing. And then finally, we will have Professor Syed, who will discuss the increasing use of the term decolonial across various regions, societies, and disciplines, raises the questions of how decolonial thought can defend Muslim autonomy in the face of global Islamophobia. So each of the speakers will share their reflections for about 20 minutes?
20
minutes. 20 minutes, okay. 20 to 25 minutes. And I think we hope that we can have like a long Q&A discussions. And then, so please feel free to think about the connections you would like to make between the speakers' talk. So before I invite Professor Vedi Hadiz, I will read his short bio. So Professor Vedi Hadiz is a professor of Asian Studies and director of the Asia Institute and Assistant Deputy Vice Chancellor's International University of Melbourne, Australia, where he is also a Redmond Barry Distinguished Professor. His research interests revolve around political sociology and political economy issues, especially those related to the contradictions of development in Indonesia and Southeast Asia more broadly, and more recently in the Middle East. His book, one of them, among others, is Islamic Populism in Indonesia and in the Middle East. His articles appeared in various reputable journals. So without further ado, I will invite Professor Vedi Hadiz for...
Tadi ada pembicaraan bahwa bahasa Inggris itu mungkin bahasa kolonial. Jadi dalam semangat itu, ya saya ngomong bahasa Indonesia aja gimana? Ya, saya bercanda aja, bercanda. That was a reference to our previous discussion. Anyway, so harking back to the colonial language. This session, I'm told anyway, is called Decolonial Thought and Political Economy. And I actually do work on political economy. And so what I would like to do is to link up political economy and decoloniality, and also to apply political economy analysis to decolonial practices, actual ones, with the case of Indonesia as the main case. Now, as I sort of riff and so on, I might talk about other cases, I don't know. but that's essentially what I will want to do here, okay? So the thing that we know about, the other thing is I'm trying to make a few points that I'm trying to make as clear as possible, and so there will be some oversimplification, all right? Just be, cognizant of that. So, okay, so decoloniality, it's an intellectual and political project, right? And really it is about challenging the system of knowledge and the system of production of knowledge that has been Eurocentric and has been imposed on the way that formerly colonized societies in particular think about themselves and their place in the world, okay? And the decolonial project is about critiquing that, but also advocating for the integration of alternative, sources of knowledge and alternative ways of producing knowledge that is not colonial in its character, well, with the aim, I think, right, and correct me if I'm wrong, with the aim of being emancipatory, right? The idea is that, we are not really in a world that is free of coloniality in terms of the political economy of the way the world is arranged and the way that knowledge of the world is produced and consumed and distributed, right, all over the world. So fundamentally, to me, the decolonial project is about a critique of the relations of power that underpin a system of knowledge and knowledge production that is colonial in character and which perpetuates systems of domination and subordination that we would like to be challenged, right? Okay, so that's sort of my quick sort of idea of decoloniality that I would like to forward. And luckily enough, since this is about political economy is essentially also about a critique of power relations. It is a critique of the way that power, authority, and access and control over material resources are organized, maintained, distributed across the world in ways that do create and perpetuate a system of domination and subordination. So both are about critiquing systems of domination and subordination. They're about a fundamental critique of relations of power that underpin the way that we organize the world and the way that we think about the world. Okay? Now, I am going to then try to very quickly, hopefully, apply a political economy understanding of the way that decolonial practices, whether they are presented as that or not, right, have taken place in Indonesia. And the focus is on the system of power relationships that actually either supports the decolonial project or challenges it, looking at the kinds of social interests over, has to be a very quick history of Indonesia. And I'd like to suggest that the good guys and the bad guys, so to speak, to simplify things, may not be as unambiguous as one might think. It may not be as clear-cut as one may think. And this is where I am suggesting that it is important to, that the importance of political economy is in maintaining, or helping to maintain, the critical and emancipatory potential of decolonial thought. Because the Indonesian case that I'm going to talk about, hopefully in just 7 or 8 minutes, shows that it can be hijacked. It can be hijacked by highly predatory, economically predatory forces, politically very abusive forces, that it could actually help to maintain the systems of domination and subordination that decolonial thought is supposed to dismantle and critique. And I have to say that my position is that all systems of thought, all ideas, have to be upheld by social agents. And social agents all have social interests. So the debate about decoloniality, whether or not it's presented as that, or the practice of it, does not occur in thin air. It does not occur in a social vacuum. It occurs in a materially constructed, historically evolved social context, okay? So, okay, I probably took too much time there. Okay, so, let's go to a bit about Indonesian history. Okay, so we know Indonesia was colonized by the Dutch. Okay, and I'm from a generation where I think I'm sort of the bridge between the generation that went to school, you know, under the Dutch system, or didn't go to school because they were not of a high enough social position. And yes, as I think was it Farid who said some people still have these ideas, romantic ideas about, you know, what was it you, about colonial, you know, the colonial past and so on. And that's true, that does happen. And it does sort of, you know, help to construct the way that actually post-colonial generations of Indonesia have thought about their country, right? So the universities that we have, you know, the initial ones were Dutch creations, and all the subsequent ones were modeled, yeah, on the Dutch creations. We have these neoliberal matrix, you know, systems of metrics and so on that Farid was talking about, you know. So yeah, it is absolutely the system of knowledge production. Clearly, you know, is one in which, you know, clear aspects of coloniality feature, right? Now, of course, there have been dissenters against that, right? And one of the biggest dissenters, really, in the early 20th century was organized Islam. Yeah, there was the Sarekat Islam in Indonesia, which was the first mass social movement. Talked about sort of a Islamic alternative to colonialism. There was leftist ideas which synthesized actually with Islamic ideas in the 1910s and 1920s. But in the post-colonial era, what happened was a kind of, it's hard to say even say secular, but certainly nationalist ideology named Pancasila emerged as the state ideology, upheld significantly by the state bureaucracy. Why the state bureaucracy? Because post-colonial era, there was no bourgeoisie. So development has to be undertaken by the state and its bureaucracy. How did it maintain its power ideologically? It is through Pancasila, which is put forward as this indigenous idea, right? Coming from our own culture, etc., okay? And then related to that is the idea of the 1945 Constitution, which is supposedly also the reflection of those indigenous Indonesian ideas. But the point I'm making here is that what is Western or colonial and what is not so unambivalent. The writers of that constitution were Indonesian jurists who studied under Dutch jurists, who studied under German jurists, who were anti-liberal. So there are traditions in the West that are anti-liberal. And this is what got actually transported into the post-colonial official thinking of Indonesia. So when we say that, okay, Pancasila, the Constitution, that's us, non-West, we have to think again, okay? And then things got mixed up. In the 70s and 80s, modernization theory came up, right? Every economist, sociologist, political scientist talked about modernization theory. I don't know whether maybe a lot of you are too young to remember Rostov's idea of economic takeoff and about trickle-down economics, but that was the big thing in all economic discussions in Indonesia until the 70s and 90s. And how did they maintain that? By saying that the relationships of domination and subordination that came out of that, because rich people, new classes of rich people emerged, and new classes of poor, oppressed people emerged, right, was to be maintained by the inculcation of Pancasila, which is against any kind of conflict in society. So the use of something that is supposedly rooted in our own culture and history and so on, is being used as a part of a system of oppression and domination, which is not what, a critique of, colonial structures are about. And mind you, the New Order period of Suharto, in spite of the fact that it brought in all this foreign investment and so on, was very big about Indonesian culture and so on. Of course, the only dissent, again, that came out, because the left was destroyed in the 60s, was from Islam in the 70s and 80s. And then, in the 90s and so on, it got domesticated. So, Muhammadiyah, sorry guys, and Nahdlatul Ulama, sorry guys, basically are now part of Indonesia's oligarchic structure. So they are part of this system of maintaining, dominate. How many minutes have I got?
You still have 10 minutes.
Oh, no, okay, that's fine. A system of domination and subordination that is maintained by reference to, now, it's an amalgamation of Islam as non-Western and Pancasila which is supposed to be non-Western as well. And then the people who are supporting the rights of indigenous peoples in Papua, in Kalimantan, in Sumatra, in Riau, right? Indigenous peoples who are the victims of big national development projects that create environmental havoc as well as community dislocation, are criticized for being Western because they think about Western human rights ideas. Okay, so that's the point I'm trying to make here, right? A political economy analysis of the upholders, right, of these ideas that one may associate with the colonial ideas or challenges to a colonial way of thinking, so are actually, or can be, right, actually against the emancipatory kind of ideals that are embedded within the decolonization project. Okay? So, I think always need to, as we sort of advance this project of challenging the power relations that underpin systems of knowledge and knowledge production, think about how this actually spills over into the rest of society. So not just in the scholarly academic world, but also as Farid was talking about, in politics, in society. Is it actually doing what it's supposed to be doing? And if not, I would suggest it is because it is being appropriated by interests that have actually no such aims. Right? So, I suppose the final comment I would like to make is that in order to maintain the critical functions of the decolonial project, its emancipatory objectives and ideals, I think that some sort of combination with a political economy perspective does help us to maintain a kind of self-awareness about where things are going. Who's doing what with what idea? Because as I said, ideas don't just float in the air if they're important. Ideas that are not important do float in the air because there are no social agents upholding them. But insofar as they are part of the contestation between different social agents and their different interests, we have to look at the way that decoloniality, decolonizing, and so on, to what extent it is actually emancipatory, to what extent it could actually be hijacked by those that, most people in this room would be against. Okay, that's basically it. Thank you very much.
Second speaker is Professor Farish Noor. He is a distinguished professor of history, specializing in Southeast Asian studies and colonial history, with a PhD in political science from the University of Essex. His academic journey has spanned prestigious institutions across Europe and Asia, including Nanyang Technological University in Singapore, and also the one Friedrich Alexander University in Germany. And he is a prolific author known for his critical essays on colonialism, Orientalism, and political movements in Southeast Asia. And today, Professor Farid also will discuss about this, Orientalist bias. So you will have 20 to 25 minutes. The time is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be in this panel, and of course the problem of being in the panel after lunch is one, half of us are asleep, including myself, and two, a lot of what I want to say has already been said. But I want to focus on one particular aspect, and I'm thankful for the fact that this panel is about political economy, because so far, and this is a reminder to myself and to all of us here, yeah, we've been talking about colonialism, anti-colonialism, decolonization, but as a discourse, it is sustained by real material structures. And the one big elephant in the room that's not been mentioned here is capital. Because modern colonialism has a driver, and the driver is capital. And so that's why I always favor the term used by Syed Alatas, which is colonial capitalism, yeah, as a concept. And to that you can add racialized colonial capitalism. And to that you can add also weaponized racialized colonial capitalism. And that's what we're really talking about, and that's the legacy that we are dealing with today. So I just wanted to start from that as a premise. A lot has been said already about the workings of language, and my own approach to this is I just want to focus on the workings of Orientalist, colonialist discourse. And as a starting point, I start with Edward Said's Orientalism, a book that has been mentioned several times already today. Now, of course, for me, it's one of the books that has shaped many of us. For many of us, it was one of the books that started us on this path of inquiry. And of course, I have a lot of good things to say about the book, but I do think there's one shortcoming to Said's Orientalism, and that's in the sense that he somehow, the impression we get is that when you read Orientalism, an Orientalist's aptitude, if you like, is something attitudinal. In other words, it's the way people feel and think about the world around them. And because of my own background in philosophy of language and linguistics, I find that there has to be a way of explaining how and why this language was so powerful and remains pervasive today. And so I think I'd like to then offer a very quick detour via Wittgenstein. Those of you who may or may not be familiar with Wittgenstein's theory of language and about language games, because just now we were already talking about language and hegemony. There's an important observation, important point raised by Wittgenstein in his later work, Philosophical Investigations, when he looks at language and notes that in all languages, not just English, all languages, we never simply just speak English. We do things with it. And this is the beginnings of speech act theory and what have you. So let me start with an anecdote. When I was young, my parents, for some reason, sent me to a brutal boys' school where, as usual, in Asian boys' school, you get beaten on a daily basis for no reason. Apparently, it's meant to make you into a man. And we had teachers who would constantly, deride us and say things like, "You're a born joker," or "You're a born liar." It's a very good way of dismissing alternative voices, And years later, when I read Wittgenstein, I realized my teacher was wrong, because nobody is a born liar, nobody is a born joker. I wanted to correct her, but she was dead by then, right? So the point that Wittgenstein raises in the Philosophical Investigations is, I think, crucial. It's something that a lot of us forget when we critique Orientalism as a discourse. Nobody's a born liar. You learn to lie. Nobody's a born joker. You learn to joke. It's every parent's nightmare that one day you realize your child has lied to you for the first time, and you wonder, how did he learn that? Well, he learned it from you, because we learn how to lie. We learn how to joke. And on that same note, we learn how to be Orientalists. Nobody's born an Orientalist. You learn it. And this is a point that I raise in my work. Empire is a school. Empire is a school. Nobody's born an imperialist. You have to learn. It's Foucault's point. The peasant turns to soldier. Same body, but different personality. Why? Because the peasant's no longer a peasant. He learned how to be a soldier. In the same way, you learn how to be an Orientalist. You learn how to be a colonial capitalist. Much of my work looks at 19th century colonial Southeast Asia, and in particular, I focus at the language of racialized colonial capitalism in Southeast Asia. And I think there's some caveats I have to say here, right? I mean, the impression, for example, that every European who came was an Orientalist is not historically correct. The idea that every European who came to Southeast Asia had biases against Southeast Asians is not historically correct. But there are particular groups that do harbor these prejudices, these Orientalist perceptions, and they all, surprise, surprise, were colonial capitalists who worked for entities like the East India Company, the Dutch East Indies Company, because it's that institutional structure where you learn how to speak the language of colonial capitalism. And what colonial capitalism requires is, it requires a discourse of legitimation. You don't conquer Bali just to go surfing, right? You conquer Bali, you conquer Java, you conquer Malaya, you conquer Burma because you have resources and you want those resources, but you need a discourse of legitimation. And that discourse of legitimation then opens pathways for discourses about history, native otherness, native history, native identity, and what have you. And that's where you learn. And the interesting thing, if you're a historian of texts, like I am, there is a continuity from the 17th through 18th through 19th through 20th century where actually if you read them in succession, you find that all of these people who are implicated, directly implicated in the enterprise of weaponized, racialized colonial capitalism, basically learn how to talk like colonialists by reading each other. So an echo chamber emerges. There's a book by Spencer St. John about entitled Natives of Borneo. It's one of the most nauseating racist texts I've ever read in my life. It's sort of a book that I feel I have to wash my hands after I read it. But at the end of it, you know, he's written this 2-volume book about the natives of Borneo. And he says, and in writing this book, I have consulted all the known experts of the field. So I'm waiting to find out who are these experts. Did he talk to the locals? At the end, he has a bibliography. They're all his friends. They're all his friends. And that echo chamber, it's the same echo chamber that leads you to invading Iraq. It's the same echo chamber that leads you to, you know, I don't know, firing thousands of civil servants or privatizing British Rail or what have you, because it's in that echo chamber consensus is developed. So I think it's very important for us to, therefore, when we talk about colonialism and colonial discourse, and Orientalist discourse in particular, to identify the circumstances and the structures that actually supported this particular language game. And the reason why Wittgenstein calls it a language game, it's nothing trivial, by the way. It doesn't mean it's fun. Yeah? It's a game because it has rules. In the same way that football is only football if you play by the rules of football. If you don't play by the rules of football, you're not playing football anymore. So likewise, to joke is a rule-governed exercise. You have to learn the rules of joking. And that's why, you know, little children's jokes are funny. They're funny because they're not funny, because they don't know how to joke yet. They're learning how to joke, right? The first rule of lying is you don't tell the truth. If you tell the truth, then you're a lousy liar. You don't know how to lie. Likewise, if you want to write and think and speak like a colonial capitalist, like an Orientalist, you have to learn the rules. And this, I think, is something that we tend to forget, because empire, the school of empire, is in itself an interesting phenomenon. One thing I find, because my focus is on colonial Southeast Asia in the 19th century, is how all these different empires were constantly learning from one another, not only in Southeast Asia, but across the world. 1857, what happens in India, the revolt in India, the French were watching it. The Dutch were watching it, the Spanish were watching it, because they learned one thing: don't mess with native religion. If you do that, your colony will collapse. They're all learning from one another. And as they learn from one another, they learn the language. Now here is the problem, and this goes back to Vedi's point earlier. I want to bring it to the present, because I think many of us, and this has already been discussed at the beginning, and I think this is an abiding concern for many of us. The current decolonization project is taking place in the here and now of post-colonial Asia and Africa. And in this effort that, as Farid pointed out earlier, doesn't just involve academics, but also non-academics. It goes beyond academia institutionally. It involves writers, artists, and what have you. But it's taking place at a time where, whether we like it or not, we live in a post-colonial present that has been shaped irretrievably by empire. Look at the map of Southeast Asia, that's a colonial map. That's a colonial map. Look at the map of South Asia, that's a colonial map. The very term itself, South Asia, Southeast Asia, East Asia, East Asians didn't call themselves East Asians. Southeast Asians never saw themselves as Southeast, you know, as far as we were concerned. We were the center of the world, and Africans thought they were the center of the world. Arabs thought they were the center of the world, and why not? Yeah? But we are now lumbered with, we are encumbered by a geography, a vocabulary, and epistemologies that are not ours. So obviously, this is a dilemma for us. It's a dilemma for us, and the question is, what is to be done? Now, the reason why I think this entire project is fraught with difficulties is because the difficulties exist at both a conceptual philosophical level and also at a very practical level. I take your point, yeah, the way in which the decolonization agenda has been hijacked. It has been hijacked, yeah, in so many parts of the world. I recall in the late 90s, actually listening to Edward Syed speak in London at the launch of one of his books, and he was asked this question: how do you feel? How do you feel when your book, Orientalism, is actually quoted by dictators and mass murderers in the third world? And, you know, with great regret, you know, he accepted the fact that, you know, this is the problem. I don't have control of my text. I can't prevent these people from taking my ideas and then use it for all kinds of projects, including ethno-nationalist agendas, projects, you know, that point to a politics of authenticity or particularity or uniqueness or what have you, which goes against the spirit of the book itself. But this is our dilemma. And I raise this as an academic working in the South. I'm acutely aware of the fact that, you know, my positionality is that I'm an academic from the South. And so back to the question of language games. We have the reality of a particular language game that emerged during the age of empire. That language game, that way of speaking, which involves speaking about development, about modernity, about rationality, about security, about safety, about territorial integrity, that whole language game has now become hegemonic. And whether we like it or not, that's a reality that we have to live with. My question is, you know, what do we, particularly in the academic field, you know, what can we do about this? What should we do about this? Can anything be done? Yeah? And I'm increasingly wary and skeptical about all this. It's skeptical because I've seen so many academic and semi-academic and even pseudo-academic endeavors go down this path, but in a very sort of unreflective, uncritical manner. I mean, one thing that many universities, many academic and research institutions in this part of the world, Southeast Asia, have been doing over the last few years is trying to address the legacy of the past and the complexities of the present by getting involved in things like intercultural dialogue and interreligious dialogue and things like that. To deal with the legacy of prejudices and biases that were set in place during the age of empire and which linger on until today. I've grown skeptical of that because for 20 years I was involved in these interreligious dialogues and intercivilizational, intercultural dialogues, dialogue. And I don't know why, for some reason, all these dialogues have to be in 5-star hotels. You know, I mean, you know, Mas Budi's bebek goreng place across the road is just a good enough venue for dialogue sessions, you know, and the bebek's very good, by the way, you know. But why is it that, you know, so a kind of dialogue industry has emerged, and we as academics, as practitioners, as analysts, as researchers get dragged into this. And again, underlying that is an assumption that all these problems, Islamophobia, prejudice, anti-Asian prejudice, anti-African prejudice, racial bias, whatever have you, all of this is because of one problem, and the problem is a deficit of knowledge. You don't know us. So if we tell you what we really are, everything gets solved. Tomorrow we'll all be happy and we'll be, you know, eating birthday cake tomorrow and there'll be global peace and everything. That's nonsense. That's nonsense because it misses the point again, back to Wittgenstein, via Edward Said. The language game of empire, yeah, doesn't have to be true for it to have power. The power that sustains it is the political economy that gave birth to it in the first place. Syed calls these instrumental fictions in his book covering Islam, and he's right. You know that these stereotypes about Muslims, about Africans, about Asians are not true, but they still have power. They have power because they are wielded by powerful institutions. When a lie goes out on CNN, it's a powerful lie, and we don't have that power. So as long as you don't have that, then this idea that problems can be remedied through, addressing a deficit of knowledge somehow don't stick, because that's not the problem. The problem has never been that. The problem has never been that the West doesn't understand the East. The West has ample knowledge of the East. The West has ample knowledge of Africa, and particularly Islam, which is, the Muslim world is the closest and oldest civilizational neighbor to Europe. Don't tell me you don't know your neighbors, okay? Come on, right? And that despite that knowledge, you can still construct these instrumental fictions, and what Edward Syed calls instrumental fictions, about the other. That's a case where the problem is not of epistemology, of knowledge, but rather of two people using two different language games. One person is being sarcastic, another person is joking. They're both speaking English, but they're not speaking to each other. And so that's the challenge. How then can we actually speak and communicate? And finally, I have to bring this home to us here in the University of the South. As I grow more cynical about this entire process, I just feel that I'm less and less inclined to identify or to play along with this dominant hegemonic language game, which is the language game of development, rationality, modernity that has become our legacy and our burden at the same time. Not too long ago, I was in Germany, and a student asked me, before I even started speaking, her question was, how do you identify yourself? And I think I'm just getting too old, or I didn't have my cigarette or whatever. I was not in a good mood, so I was a bit rude, and I said, I identify myself as an academic from the developing world, from the South, who doesn't have the time or the privilege to identify himself, right? Because that's our reality in the South. It doesn't matter how I identify myself or my work, my subject position in academia will be set by powers beyond my control. It doesn't matter how I want to position myself in whatever discipline, I don't get to decide where my books get slotted into, which category, which discipline. That's the reality that we face in the South. So I really think that since we're having this discussion in the context of a university, in a panel about political economy and power, this is a question that I think all universities in the South have to ask, yeah? The post-colonial dream of so many post-colonial countries in Asia and Africa was that we have succeeded in state capture. You've captured the state, now we are free. The first generation of post-colonial historians rewrite history from the perspective of the present, because for the first time they're finding their voice. It's our history, our nation, our homeland, and what have you. But, as we know, you don't ever get to leap radically out of a political economy or the discursive economy that's already been set. So, yes, we are independent, but we're independent as a Westphalian nation state in the context of an international order where the Westphalian nation state is the dominant paradigm. Yes, we are independent, but independent in a country whose territorial boundaries have been set during the age of empire. We can't escape that. We cannot escape that. And so many post-colonial states then, of course, embark on the path of modernization and progress, because now we get to show we can progress too. We can modernize too. We can be as civilized as you. And so the whole developmental project in the developing South is performative. We are constantly trying to perform. We're trying to perform our modernity. We're trying to perform our civilization. We're trying to perform our rationality because we need the affirmation, like people who are addicted to likes on Facebook, right? You need that like where you say, you see, we made it. You know, you're only a writer, right, when you win the Booker Prize. Prior to that, I don't know what you're doing, you're just scribbling. Yeah? So this mindset where unless you win at the Grammys, unless you get your Booker Prize, you're nothing. And that has become the trap that so many universities in the South face. And many of us here know that we're caught in the race for KPIs and rankings and what have you, which, as mentioned earlier, is just another way of making sure that we never get past that goalpost, because that goalpost is always pushed further and further away. So we are caught in that trap, and it's a trap of dependency. So my question is, particularly for us, in this university and many other universities in the South, is what is the university for? What is the university for? I mean, why do we have these universities? Yeah? The dream in the 50s and 60s when Asia and Africa decolonized was to show that we too can be modern. So what's modernity? Well, of course, you need a university. You need a university, and then you need airports, and you need hotels, and you need malls, and then we're modern because we have what you have, and that makes us modern too. But the actual lived reality of academics and students in the South is very different. Yeah? Going back to the student who asked me, how do I identify myself? I don't live in Boston. I live in Depok, for heaven's sake, right? That's my reality. My concern for my students here now is that my students will graduate in the South. They're going to graduate in a Southeast Asia where it's not just getting a job, it's not just getting a career, it's not just getting a decent salary and being able to buy a house, but it's also living in the context of a Southeast Asia where external variable factors, a potential conflict in the South China Sea will ruin all our lives, and we don't control this. We don't control this. And these are the realities that students and academics in the South face, I remember visiting my old department in the UK years after I started teaching in Southeast Asia, and the complaint was, again, the coffee machine is not working. I said, okay, lucky you. Where I come from, academics get shot, right? And that's our reality in the developing South. Historians get murdered. Students are disappeared. That's our reality. Now, if our universities are premised on this false universals that we talked about earlier, that all universities are these places of enlightenment and rationality and progress and wisdom and learning, we are again assuming that the earth is flat. And the earth is not flat, not for us. The earth is not flat. Because Mao students in the South will not simply face problems of employment and housing and what have you, but a host of other problems, many of which are inflicted upon us by bigger, larger global structures beyond the control of the South. And so in the midst of all this, don't get me wrong, I am wholly committed to decolonization as an academic project, but also as a political project. But I echo what Farid said earlier, that there is a political economy we cannot avoid. This is not just, trendy philosophizing, with, coffee and baguette, and, this is real for us. This is real. And in some parts of Asia, some parts of Africa, and some parts of the Arab world, you can die for doing this. That's our reality. So how then do we, deal with this? How do we continue with this project? Because this project is not academic in the sort of shallow sense of the word. It's a political project. But can we do that if our universities simply follow that universal template of the university being basically a kind of vocational colleges that gives you degrees? I mean, the university as an engine, a factory of the future middle class. That's not what universities in the South ought to do, in my opinion. And I'm taking a political stand. I don't think that's what we're here to do. We're not here just to give birth to accountants and managers and professionals, but it's part and parcel of something much, much bigger as well. And so for that reason, I think, and I'll end with this, to go back to the point earlier, when I look at colonialism, because of my background in philosophy and linguistics, I've always focused on the language of empire. And the one thing that I think many of us forget is that, whether we like to admit it or not, the success of modern colonialism and imperialism was there because it was persuasive. Remember, there's a tendency, particularly in Southeast Asia, to, especially when you watch movies about empire, it's always violence, 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 violence. Wars, because, actors want to be heroes, right? So all Rambo, macho stuff and all that stuff. But empire is actually boring. And modern imperialism, especially in the 19th century, look at Southeast Asia, with the exception of certain conflicts like Aceh that dragged on and on and on, most colonial wars were fought as fast as possible, hence the need for the most advanced weaponry to completely annihilate and defeat your enemies. Why? Because as soon as you defeat them, you can start making money, right? And this is the thing that we forget, that the difference between all-age empires, and modern colonialism is that modern colonialism worked and could sustain itself because modern colonialism, through its political economy, created opportunity structures that invited the colonized to take part in their own colonization. Isn't that wonderful, right? So you can join us in this enterprise. You can join us as the colonial teacher, as the colonial postman, as the colonial soldier. I mean, a few thousand Englishmen could not conquer India. It's humanly impossible. A few thousand Dutchmen could not conquer Indonesia. It's humanly impossible. Dutchmen are not 50 feet high. Yeah? It only works through collaboration. And we know that when we do, and historians of colonial wars look at colonial armies, you know, the recruitment of natives, but not only into the army, into the civil service, into the intelligentsia, and that, whether we like it or not, that's our legacy. That's our legacy. So my deep abiding concern is that decolonization in universities can only happen when we begin by questioning what the university itself is and what it's meant to do. Because like I said, we are not in Boston, yeah? We're in Depok. Right? So what's this university going to do for us? That's our priority. That's what we should be asking. And until we start asking these questions, then again we perpetuate, you know, the narratives of empire with all its discourses of modernity, progress, and all that. And of course, we are super wonderful because look, we've got a shiny new campus, and you know, we've built these huge skyscrapers and magnificent airports. So of course, we are modern. That modernity, that need to have your modernity, your progress affirmed means we are constantly submitting everything to the altar of progress that has been defined not by us, but by larger global forces beyond our control.
Professor Faris?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I think the time is
So
up.
I'm going to end. So then, in the context of that, right, I think it's important for us to get back to what we are really actually discussing here. Like I said, I'm fully committed to decolonization, but the idea that somehow, you know, we can critique it from an Archimedean point radically outside it, I think is impossible. Like it or not, we are all shaped by it. And that's the dilemma that I face, and I think many of my colleagues and my students face as well, because this is a question that we keep returning to. You know, to be radically outside of it doesn't change anything because it keeps the status quo intact. But to be within it, to critique it, how then do we critique it, you know, without somehow keeping the thing alive? I'll end with just one last example, and I've seen attempts at this. I was in a university in the Philippines, the brand new political science department, very new. And I admired my colleagues there because in the very first lecture for the entire batch of that year, these are all students about to study political science. The very first lecture started with this line. Now remember, we are about to learn political science. But don't ever forget that political science was one of the tools that was used to colonize us. So if you start with that awareness, we can't end empire, we can't erase empire, we can't negate empire, but I think to be aware of the problem correctly, the actual nature of the problem, is I think an important start to the endeavor that we're all trying to be part of. Okay, thank you very much.
Professor Vedi pointed out that the colonial project needs a social agent, and then which is the society itself. And you know what we discussed today is the Muslim society and probably the Indonesian society, and as one of the examples is the Pancasila. But the question is, Pancasila also is the product of the domination of the new order. So I think it's a debatable thing. And then Professor Farish mentioned, as the society, it is really difficult to not being biased, you know, toward interpreting the project or what we call as decolonizing project, and this is unavoidable. So we need to have the mentality of being in the colonized society, the mentality of, you know, being Asia, being Indonesia, being in the South, being in Depok, being in this university. So we are going to invite 3 questions, and then please be short and direct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Daniel again. Now this is a question I think I would like to pose to Prof. Hadiz and Prof. Salman, comparing about what the contents of what they said. Prof. Hadiz was saying about elements of constitutionalism of Malaysia, Indonesia, for example, that are taken from conservatism of European powers. And on the other hand, Prof. Salman was saying something about implicitly writing ethno-nationalism instead of doing decolonization. But what is it actually? How do you frame it in your head? Because there's also other perspectives that would use, for example, Husserlian cultural sedimentation, for example, that would then pose it as not ethno-nationalism, but a conservatism of Malaysia and Indonesia, for example, when it comes to the development of that constitution. So how do we go about decolonizing this kind of understanding then? Thank you.
And thank you very much. My name is Sonia, political science student from UIII. My question, how do we conduct decolonial research or study? How we draw the line between embracing our identity and also identifying imperialist propaganda. For example, Taliban may view that giving education to women is Western imperialist propaganda. Women political right, women right to social mobility is imperialist agenda. So how we do and we understand decolonialism? Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Ruby. I'm a student of postcolonial literature. My question is for Prof. Farish. So Prof. Farish, regarding the echo chamber and the language game, were there ruptures in the echo chamber during its establishment? And what do we do? Do we keep on playing the game? Do we leave the game? Do we disrupt the game? That is my question. And second is for Dr. Salman, Prof. Salman. You mentioned something on liberalism does not care for the political, or the liberal doesn't care for the political. I just need some clarifications on that. Thank you.
Yeah, so how does one reclaim cultural symbols that are meaningful, but whose uses in the actual workings of society has actually been appropriated by dominant interests, is the way that I'm reading your question, okay? Now, first of all, I think one needs to be cognizant of the fact that a lot of what we consider to be cultural symbols with fixed meanings actually do not have fixed meanings, that they can be interpreted, counter-interpreted, according to the interests of the interpreter. But the interpretation that becomes dominant is the interpretation of the most powerful, usually. Okay? So, for example, in the evolution of Pancasila, it's gone through actually many, many different permutations. The way that Sukarno meant it in 45, and then in 59, and then the way the New Order used it, and then the way that it is being sort of resuscitated in a particular way in the Reformasi era is all different, right? And the difference is accounted for by the fact that those who are in a position to interpret it have interpreted it in their way, and then the rest of us consume it. Okay, so how do you fight it? Well, first of all, you have to recognize that these things are flexible in nature. No matter how sacred we think they are, right? In the real material world, they are not fixed because there's social agency, and social agency is linked up to social interests. So if you want to have something that reclaims the meaning of this cultural symbol in a way that, for example, works for the marginalized, for those who are subordinated in the existing relations of power and so on, well, you have to have an alliance of social interests that is able to contest the meaning of interest. In other words, you do have to have that counter-hegemonic force that Salman was talking about. Now, the problem, I think, in Indonesia is that we don't have that. We do not have a counter-hegemonic force that is bound together by a particular ideology, set of ideas about, you know, in these things. And, you know, I have had friends that have died in these struggles. Advent of the new order. The only, you know, sort of blip in the history was 1998. And I would say that even in 1998, it was the economic crisis, and then the fragmentation of the oligarchy temporarily that enabled the change. But then all of the people who went into the streets went home, right? And therefore you get a reformasi project right now that is, again, so it requires that counter-hegemonic force, which struggle and social conflict. And these things in the state ideology which we consume and so on is being presented as sorry, 30 seconds. I've done interviews with workers recently in Indonesia and in Turkey, actually. And there is one commonality, although there are also some differences, in that they have all consumed, in both countries, some combination of Islamist and nationalist thinking that is officially produced. And this makes them think that class struggle, it makes them think that organizing for strikes and so on and so forth is against their religion and against their national interests. How, you know, it's hard to build a counter-hegemonic, you know, movement when this is the sorts of ideas that imbue, that are pervasive across society, even those who you would think are amongst the most subordinated and marginalized.
Talk about the echo chamber. Sonia, why Taliban? You know, I can think of another society where men don't want women to be educated, and where men don't want women to have rights. It's the United States of America, where you have all these incels and muscular Christian evangelists. So it's the same thing there. So doesn't have to be Taliban. Yeah, so just a point. Yeah, there are plenty of Talibans as well, right? Don't forget that. But the point about the echo chamber, 2 points. One, echo chambers are attractive. That's the point, right? That's the point I said. We must understand empire, modern imperialism, modern colonialism works because it offers you a chance to participate, right? And so in that sense, until today, whether it's third world universities, southern universities wanting to rise in rankings, or third world countries wanting to prove that they are, fully endowed, sovereign states or whatever, it's always wanting to be part of that. And that means you're part of that language game. You're part of that community where you have the echo chamber. And so this is why also we need to understand, right? When we talk about, we seem to somehow assume that everyone wants, that decolonization is a good thing, that everyone wants to be part of it. Not true. In our own part of the world, you know this, right? In Southeast Asia, in our part of the world, there are actually many people Southeast Asians, who are happy to celebrate empire. Very happy to celebrate empire. You know this line, right? I mean, they did some good things for us, It's the Monty Python, what have the Romans done for us? They did some good things. They built roads. In another Southeast Asian country, I will not mention, there was a condominium project, luxury condominium project. The advertisement in front of the condo while it was being built was, enjoy the colonial lifestyle. And I thought, wow, enjoy the colonial lifestyle. And I thought, and I assumed the people buying these condos would be Asians. Yeah. So what happens when you buy your colonial condo? You sleep in the garage. You sleep in the kitchen. I mean, it's weird, but it sells. So that's why I think the pervasiveness of this, we need to understand that there is a seductive side to it as well. And empire is not just about violence. It's about seduction, it's about persuading, it's about getting people to be part of. So back to language games, One half of the room are joking, one half of the room are sarcastic. How do you get the jokers to stop joking? That's it. It's a shift in the way we use language. We have to understand that. Orientalist discourse, like any discourse, is just a language game from a linguistics point of view. So we need to understand how that works. But lastly, your point about critique, yes, there were. Yes, there were, internal critiques, right? So, I mean, William Cobbett. Nobody knows who the hell William Cobbett is. And it irks me to no end when I'm in Southeast Asia. William Cobbett was the most vocal and consistent critique of the East India Company. He went to jail, for heaven's sakes, in England, right? If there's one person in England at that time condemning the East India Company for its corruption, for its imperial ambitions, it's these voices that were merged there. But here's also, the problem. We talk about, this is why, like I said, I'm worried about the way in which we study the colonial past, because there's a tendency, especially in many post-colonial states, to present the imperial period as, in very neat dialectic oppositional terms. They bad, we good. And that opens the way for this sort of hijacking of this discourse later on. So there's no attempt to complexify it. The dissident voices in the West that critiqued empire were there. In the same way that the collaborating voices in Asia and Africa were also there. So that creates a very messy picture. And I think if we understand that, then it's less to do with a kind of blaming game, but understanding the mechanics of how and why different actors and agents who are in different subject positions could adopt different positions at that time. And I think that's why we actually need to map this out properly. That's all.
This doesn't add directly to what you've just said, but because it's been in circulation here. And I have one concern. Often, when we have these discussions about decolonization or decolonizing projects, one idea that pops up is somehow, again, that decolonization is a corrective, that somehow it corrects a historical, political, epistemic wrong. And so, we need to go back to our sources to show that we too have our own modernity, we too have our own rationality, we too have our own science. And again, for me, that's the problem, because again, if that's what the Southern University does, then again, all we're doing is appeasing. We're actually putting these things up on the altar of modernity and say, does this pass? Does this pass? Would you accept this? Is this modernity? And that, again, doesn't, serve any particular purpose, as far as I'm concerned, apart from keeping that, echo chamber going. But if you actually try to do that, and people talk about going back to the origin stuff, let's look at one text that some of us here in Southeast Asia will be familiar with, Bukhara al-Jahari's Taj al-Salatin, the Crown of Kings, which is a political treatise. Now, on the one hand, it's a very modern text. Yeah? Early 17th century, it's a very modern text. It is political. It is a political treatise about governance. But if you were to somehow refer to the Taj al-Salatin as an example of a kind of Asian modernity that can parallel or can mirror that of the West, you won't find it, because nowhere in the Taj al-Salatin, for instance, does Bukhara al-Jahari talk about development. He couldn't care less about development. For him, what's important is not just governance. And the whole treatise about politics is about how to create systems that more or less ensure effective ethical, moral governance. He cares about the morality of the Sultan. He doesn't care about the GDP. Yeah? So by today's standards, if you were to dredge this from the past and say, oh, you see, we have our own developmental theories, one, you distort the past, and two, why do we need to respond in the first place? Why do you constantly need to respond in the first place? Like I said, when I was asked this question, how do you identify yourself? Why do I need to answer? Why do I need to answer? Sometimes, and this is where I go back to your book, the point you made about the Iranian Revolution that has always struck by me is that you made an important point. One feature of the Iranian Revolution was that the revolutionaries never felt the need to prove to the West that they could be measured according to a Western Occidental standard of modern political rationality. There's no need for that. We don't have to appease you. We're just going to do our stuff. And sometimes I think that is also liberating. So I just needed to put this out here because it's been troubling me since this morning.
On how do you do research that's decolonial? I mean, obviously, I think part of the answer really is you have to have a lot of data that you can interpret in such a way as to, I think, expose a lot of the historical patterns of relationships that have occurred over at least the last century that has determined the way that Asians and Africans and Latin Americans think about themselves and their place in the world. That's easier to say than to do, actually, because one of the problems in doing that could be that we are then doing exactly what we suggest that Europeans or Westerners do to us, and that is we essentialize the West. Well, let me just go further than that, because we often think about the sort of liberal sort of project that is related to Western-dominated political economy and so on, but actually, I think research into the history over the last 100 years of thinking in Asia and in Europe shows that there are very strong anti-liberal currents that come out of Europe and that have been influential as well in the way that we think about ourselves. And I think that it has been a bit of a fallacy to sort of, let's say, I mentioned the way that the Indonesian constitution was written by jurists who were influenced by Dutch jurists, who were influenced by German jurists, who were anti-liberal. These same anti-liberal German jurists helped to write the Meiji Constitution in Japan and helped to create the modern Japanese state. The, Atatürk in Turkey is known for being enthralled with the ideas of Voltaire, Montesquieu, and these sorts of things. But, when it came to the development of the Turkish nation state and its economic infrastructure, the building of railroads and so on and so forth, there were all these German engineers. And the military, the militarism of the Atatürk period was very much influenced by German militarism. So there was this sort of, conflictual kinds of influences that helped to develop the way that the Turkish nation state under Atatürk developed. So, what I'm saying is that there are multiple sources of influences that have had an effect on shaping the worldview, and often, actually, there have been, sort of interrelationships. I mean, the thing is, a lot of the Hindutva people were connected with the fascists and the Nazis in Germany, and there was a kind of cross-pollination of ideas between the Hindutva people and the fascists of Germany. The fascists of Italy and the Nazis in Germany. So there are ideas that are not necessarily connected to what we think of Western liberal ideas and the way that they've been sort of imposed into thinking in places like Indonesia, because we also take sources of Western ideas that are decidedly anti-liberal.
Please join me to thank all professors today.
Good morning, dear everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back to the second day of our conference. So today we will have one more plenary sessions, and then will be followed by 2 rounds of plenary parallel sessions. So for this morning, we will have a session on decolonial praxis in ecology, education, and society. So we would like to invite our 3 speakers, Professor Anna Gade, Professor Recep Şentürk, and Professor Komaruddin Hidayat. And this session will be led by Dr. Muhammad Al-Marakibi. So the floor is yours.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure and honor to moderate this session in the second day of the Conference of Decolonizing Social Sciences and the Humanities, Islamic and Non-Western Perspective. And it's my honor to host a great number of scholars, distinguished professors from different backgrounds, different countries, and they will also speak about different topics. And I think this panel was deliberately formulated in a way that has more than one discipline at the same panel in order to facilitate multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary discussions. So I hope the professors also will have the opportunity to ask their colleagues in the panels if they want, so we can facilitate multidisciplinary discussions, because each paper is actually in a different discipline. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker, Professor Anna Gade, who is a scholar of Islam, Southeast Asia, and environmental studies. She is a distinguished professor at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Her influential book, Muslim Environmentalism, has defined Islamic environmental studies across multiple fields, including environmental humanities. Her current academic work focuses in the comparative field of environmental ethics, along with ongoing research programs on climate and sustainability issues in the global south. She is also a visiting professor here for a while, so welcome to you. Please join me welcoming Professor Nagit.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Deans, distinguished colleagues, guests, friends, students, I don't know if I've left anyone out. Good morning. Thank you for that generous introduction. I guess I'm not speaking Bahasa Indonesia. People are always surprised, I think, when I do. I've had the privilege of being here on campus as a visiting professor at UIII this academic year with connections to FIS, that's the social science program, social science department, and the MPP program, that's a Master's of Public Policy and Climate Change, and also connections to colleagues in Islamic studies. My work with state Islamic universities in Indonesia actually goes back about 30 years now to Makassar in the 1990s, and I'm so proud and honored still to be here. This draft is an article in progress for a forthcoming edited issue of the Journal of Religious Ethics, and I wrote it just for you. Yesterday's plenary is focused on theory, and this morning's session's designation is practice or praxis. We learned yesterday how such a distinction could be denoted by expressions like decolonial theory and decolonization practice. However, for the topic that I'm talking about this morning, I'm not so sure that there can be such a clear distinction. Now, this could be a disciplinary or material exceptionalism in the case of environmental studies, whether it's Marxian, where theory is practice, in that register or not. I've been on a long intellectual process of trying to figure this out, how theory is practice in my field, and there's a forthcoming article in the Muslim World about just that. I do consider that engagement with Islamic and religious material brings this very question into focus, theory and practice around environmental studies, and that's one of the points that I want to make today. I also want to take the opportunity, the privilege being on the second day, to echo some important remarks from yesterday. The presentation is going to emphasize an identification of critique and construction. That was a basic premise of a book I wrote on Muslim environmentalisms. It's also a feminist and Marxian insight, and I wrote a lot about it in the book. Today, I want to consider how religious thought and practice, religion being a thing, such as in all its dimensions, enhances critique and construction all the more for decolonial, neocolonial, and decolonization processes, whether seen separately or as combined. And finally, to address a third point from the plenaries yesterday morning, in case you missed it, my own positionality this morning is as an academic scholar, dyed-in-the-wool University of Chicago, but as these remarks should indicate already, this also implies to me real and complicated commitments and engagements. I think I'm here because of this basically 20-year book project, which is pretty widely known in Indonesia, mashallah. So let me just say a little bit about it to set a context for my remarks about ecology to come. With this book, Muslim Environmentalisms, I really didn't set out to decolonize anything. Folks were asking yesterday why the interest in this phenomenon now among people, I guess, like me. I just wanted to write a good book. Actually, I didn't even really set out to write this book at all. I had learned Khmer after my first work on Quran in Indonesia and went to Cambodia, expecting to write more about Muslim education and religious revitalization in mainland and Muslim minority Southeast Asia. And when I got there, I learned that there was an environmental story among Jam Muslims that had to be told. I couldn't write about schools without writing about fish, and they were disappearing from the Mekong River. One thing led to another, and by 2010, I was back in Indonesia looking at what was, at the time, kind of a little-known movement in Muslim-based environmentalism. There were a few eco-pesantren, some kiai who had some teachings, some fatwas, and inspired, as are we all, by Edward Said's positive and approving remarks in Orientalism about studying real people, not the Orient as an abstraction, I set out to do what I do, which is ethnographic field work informed by textual and historical study, like with the Quran. Notably, in Orientalism, Syed praises Clifford Geertz, doesn't he, for his own work in Indonesia, which is kind of remarkable given the criticism that Geertz has gotten for misrecognizing Islam. And of course, there's a lot more to say about the field of the anthropology of Islam. I Anyway, I basically used multifocal tradition, like how you would introduce Islam in terms of social history, Quran, law, Sufism, and so forth, to our students, taking notes in real time. I found little that resembled the academic literature in English on Islam, religion, and ecology. There wasn't that much written in English at the time, and a lot of it was essentialist and universalizing and teleological, and coming out of Harvard. The framework came from a world religions paradigm. Islam was typically subjected to a keyword hermeneutic, and I don't think it's wrong to call the field at the time colonial, at least in this regard. More specifically, the English language academic field called religion and ecology at the time was based on the premise of the extraction of ideas and practices from religious others, like practice and text and ritual, that would be cognate to environmental agendas that were usually conservationist and developmentalist, with now sustainability included. This led to a situation in which non-Muslim organizations and NGOs like WWF, the Alliance of Religions and Conservation in the UK, were promoting faith-based action by authoritatively and essentializingly inscribing what is Islamic about Muslim environmentalisms. It looked a lot like international development to me, so the book has a lot of straight development critique. But it's important to say that there's also complicated entanglements that decenter other colonial expectations around authenticity. It's not so easy to separate whether it's religion or whether it's environment that's being instrumentalized or operationalized in any given case. And in any case, these are all Muslim commitments, aren't they? No matter from whom or from what they originate. In general, these approaches framing Muslim environmentalisms were in terms of world religions and interfaith dialogue. We talked about dialogue yesterday. Casting them into an array of interfaith declaration that could only be presented as affirming universalisms, someone used the term false universalism yesterday, by universalizing post-Christian commitments like biblical stewardship. And by that I don't mean, khilaf or a khalifa, as theology and as ideology. So there was work to do. Naturally, I found it wasn't that difficult at all to find the environment in Islam or among Muslims, especially when not feeling bound by the relatively recent history of the term in English or Arabiya in Arabic. What was more difficult, though, was to translate these findings back into the English language of environmental studies or environmental humanities. Part of the issue was ambiguous vocabulary that slides and slips around from nature to crisis to problems, the very fact of which over time I recognized as kind of a colonial feature too. And this is why we are breaking down the idea of environment today in light of Islamic theoretical and practical interventions in 3 areas: nature, sustainability, and climate. The talk is ultimately about environmental studies, not so much Islamic studies or even religious studies, and its decolonization, and I want to get specific in that respect. Black studies and indigenous studies, about which we'll hear more this morning, are doing much to decolonize or introduce decolonial theory into current environmental studies from the inheritances of white settler colonialism and other embodied and epistemic violences. Examples are Catherine Yusuf's amazing book, A Billion Black Anthropocenes or None, and the transformative work by Kyle White, who comes from the region where actually my own university in the US occupies in the upper Midwest of America. Islamic studies, not so much yet, despite the entangled scientific history of Muslim majority systems and what became the fields of environmental study like chemistry, biology, and other interdisciplinary fields. In fact, in the last 5 years in Indonesia and right here, since the book was written, the field of religion and environment has taken off, accelerated by multiple factors, including state sponsorship and the continued influence of NGOs and other state actors like the Dutch embassy in the case of PPM. In this context of Muslim environmentalisms, Islam provides an intervention, along with the 3 trajectories, along the lines of the 3 trajectories of decolonial knowledge that Professor Alatas discussed yesterday. First, Eurocentric or anti-colonial critique. Second, reconstruction. And third, original construction. So first, there's an introduction of Islamic ecologies and epistemologies into, from my perspective, Euro-American hegemonies and environmental sciences, which are global in influence. Second, it articulates them on their own terms, semi-autonomously. And third, as I want to show today, beyond this inclusion or incorporation, it actually shifts the grounds of shared discourse, including monolithic tendencies like romantic nature thinking or crisis thinking. This should reconfigure environmental problems, environmental solutions, and even what the environment is said to be. Now, is this decolonial? Is it decolonizing? Like in the case of Panchasila presented yesterday, yes and no. This is sticky stuff. This is real stuff. And the power structures circulate in complicated ways. Frankly, at the moment, though, I'm more invested in the outcomes for environmental semantics and how this requires religious flexibility, rigorous flexibility, accepting some hybridities and ambivalences. So I'm just going to call them interventions of critique and construction. Next slide, please. So recently I have an article that develops ideas for how Islam makes interventions into cutting-edge areas in environmental action or praxis, like environmental justice, it's open access, and that's kind of the construction article. Today's interventions, though, emphasize critique, indicating how it is that religious approaches, in this case through Islam, and yeah, religion is a thing, if you don't like it, call it ethics, how these religious approaches intervene in secular colonial structures like subfields of environmental studies, conservation, climate, sustainability. They point not just to the history of the past, but the history of the future, since the environment is a future concept. Islam splits open the notion of environmental futures into different areas, conservation, sustainability, and climate, and to apprehend this particularity theoretically, aesthetically, and politically, again to borrow from Alatas, is a decolonial critique of hegemony and possibly an opening to epistemic justice. We'll see about that. So it's, everybody has a critique of the Anthropocene, right? I have an Islamic critique of the Anthropocene. I want to just go through it really quickly to introduce the tenor of this talk, by which religious thought and practice is going to make these interventions into environmental studies, so I think. So here, the Anthropocene is a concept that's prevalent in environmental humanities and environmental studies, not just in English. The idea comes out of a geological newsletter from over 2 decades ago, in which 2 scientists proposed the idea that the current era or epoch of Earth's history could be identified by human beings determining or co-determining planetary conditions. Like this is the era when humans or anthropos makes the planet what it is. And from this, there's been a lot of imagination and discussion. People like this idea a lot, I think, because it's really ultimately about people. On the one hand, it's about how people don't matter. This is just another extinction. It's just another era. We'll be gone like the dinosaurs. We don't matter. Modernity likes to hear that. On the other hand, it's about how people are all important. Human beings are determining planetary conditions, and it puts us in that situation of accounting for our own responsibility in that regard. I think that a conceptual intervention into the idea of the Anthropocene, insofar as people want it to function like this kind of ethical idea, even though it's not, it's a scientific metaphor, I think it's helpful for illustrating a basic point that I want to make, that as a whole, religious aspects of Islam afford critique and construction that are relevant beyond kind of an arbitrary distinction of the religious and the secular. We need this register in order to apprehend the scale of the Anthropocene, whether you like it or not. That is to say, when viewed against the existential horizon of environmental futures, which include these no analog scales of phenomena like climate disaster and mass species extinction, we need to think in these scales, and Islam shifts the terms of the discussion. So I'm going to skip over some here. I think there's a little too much here. I want to get on to our main discussion here. But just quickly, I want to point out a few points. First, as an alternative, potentially an intervention, depends on how you look at the power dynamics here epistemologically, Islam presents a question to the main premise of European or Eurocentric environmental ethics, which is that anthropocentrism is the problem. Many environmental ethics propose a kind of extensionism, extending regard or what matters away from the humans to other humans and other creatures and other beings. In distinction, many contemporary Muslim eco-theologians are arguing from the Quran that the man-nature distinction made famous by Muslim Syed Hossein Nasr and others is not the way to look at it. From a Quranic perspective, all creatures, all creation are on the same side of an ontological and transcendental divide, with the creator on the other side. And thus it's creator and creation, not man and nature. And this disrupts the fundamental premise of why people want the Anthropocene to do this kind of ethical work as a metaphor. There's some other points to make that can be derived just from reading the Quran. You know, in a sense, it's always the Anthropocene, right? Like events happen through the power of Allah, and environmental conditions and disasters are determined by human moral action in the past and in the future on Judgment Day. That's about a fifth of the book, right? In addition, and building on this point, Islamic and Quranic perspectives about what we can generalize, extend the moral horizon of the planetary beyond even the Earth's history, beyond even the deep time of the Anthropocene, and these horizons to ultimate judgment. And I think that these scales are what's needed now in modernity in order to apprehend environmental presence and futures. Okay, so that just shows that Islam as a religion intervenes, whether one wants to accept, non-verifiable faith propositions from Islam, doesn't matter. The conversation shifts when this religious material, this metaphysical material is put into play, and the philosophical discussion and the ethical discussion is on a different ground. Happy to talk more about the Anthropocene, but now for the remainder of my time, I want to develop the idea of Islamic interventions of academic environmental study and practice. I'll call them decolonial insofar as they decenter power structures and epistemic erasure and violence, following on our discussion yesterday. Working in the field of environmental studies and in Islamic studies, these interventions break down the idea of environment into three main areas: nature and conservation, sustainability, and climate. And I think that this breakdown in itself is significant. In the area of nature and conservation, global Muslim perspectives provide an historical critique of European colonialism through resource extraction. Full stop, enough said. Obvious and a fundamental point. Moving deeper into time and space, however, non-binary circulations beyond East and West are part of the critique as well. And for this, I'd return to the points previously about international development, and in particular, programs for ecological conservation. The critique of wilderness thinking and conservation, made famous by Bill Cronin and others in English, relates to a larger epistemological deconstruction of a nature concept as a post-Christian and colonial inheritance in environmental humanities. This includes the North American Romantic canon in writings like Emerson and Thoreau. There's a lot written also about the naturalization of colonial hierarchies about race and species. The two are connected in these modes too. But for now, notably, and for these reasons and more, I want to point out I didn't even use the term nature descriptively in my own book about environmental ideas and practices for these reasons. In fact, I offered criticisms of how it was deployed by others in the context of Islam and ecology, like the great Syed Hossein Nasr, in ways that would obfuscate the emphatically eschatological and apocalyptic aspects of Quranic tradition, and as I heard it firsthand in fieldwork in Jawa Barat, teaching too. Beyond this, ecologists also tell us that a nature concept just doesn't work, even pragmatically, anymore in fields like restoration ecology, like what is going to be a natural baseline? What is nature when habitats can only be engineered after their destruction and fragmentation? Often in these discourses, a nature concept functions morally through the fundamental ecological paradigm, we call it, of systems or holistic connectedness, if not some cosmological identification of micro and macrocosm. Thinkers like Timothy Morton attempt to extend this beyond even the more than human to the virtual. This pervasive metaphysical scientism, like in the slogan, everything is connected, prevails not just in ecologies, whether they're shallow or deep, but also sustainability. Ecological limit cases, however, like anthropogenic mass extinction, challenge the moral realism of scientism like this, and they invite, if they don't already require, rescaling to religious horizons. So nature thinking also brings with it this kind of liberal apparatus around rights and values. Rights of nature is a common mechanism used by indigenous communities and others to advocate for community-based rights. And I want to point out that there are alternative Muslim mechanisms that are becoming quite popular, especially right here in Indonesia. Including notions that are more conventional. We were talking yesterday about whether, how much of an intervention Islamic finance is, like green sukuk, but also ideas that are community-based and I think are interventions into this kind of neoliberal framework like Hama and Harim, protected areas for water, Waqf or Waqf for forests, which are becoming increasingly discussed in a context like this, and other forms of blended finance like zakat, which would derive from ideas like the Hadith, that peoples are partners in resources like fire, water, and vegetation. Sustainability is another area that's potentially decolonized or intervened within through an encounter with Muslim environmental experience. Unlike the architectonic of nature, though, sustainability comes deconstructed. It's the result of at least 3 streams that converged together in the decades since the 90s. International development, like with the Brundtland Report of the 80s, economics and business, like industry and certifications and other branches of marketing, and then fields of engineering and geoengineering. Sustainability is interpreted in terms of systems and presented in terms of lists, like the SDGs, as well as triple bottom line, people, planet, and profit. It's at this point that Islam also makes important interventions because the theory of justice and environmental justice for sustainability is Rawlsian. It doesn't have the kind of depth, particularly for the notion of future generations, that people seek. Whether it's articulated explicitly, ideologically, Muslim textual sources highlight the significance of non-human subjects and sustainability equations as well, through inherently multi-species perspectives. Finally, there's the idea of climate. As studied here in the historic MPP program on climate change in FIS at UIII. Conventionally, the study of climate considers global agreements around emissions-related science, such as the report of the IPCC. The idea of climate governance bridges the local or municipal, national, and planetary scale, like in the work of Ellis Hart. Many of the questions in climate policy and ethics are about costs and who bears them. Next slide. As a religious system, Islam addresses the key language found in both sustainability and climate, namely environmental realities of future generations, for which there is no theory within climate change ethics that's adequate. It's a notoriously difficult area for climate ethics, for which economic models of risk can't factor in cost, much less danger to future generations. And it is notably one for which the Quran has vivid and emphatic teaching, depicting even dialogue among generations as they assess accountability and blame. While not theological, but certainly decolonial, past work by Chakrabarti and more recent work by Farhana Sultana and others show that to apprehend climate is itself inherently a decolonization process. This is certainly the case in terms of the disproportionate impacts on the global south, including highly climate vulnerable areas in Indonesia, as well as inequitable regimes of power, consumption, and violence like energy that leads to climate realities. So, to conclude, unlike nature, not a problem, sustainability, problems that can be solved, question mark, climate is presented as a crisis, problems with no solutions. Perspectives of Muslims, indigenous people, and enslaved and colonized others show how the very idea of crisis embedded in climate discourse is a colonial concept. White, Yusuf, and many others point out that the crisis, the end of the world, occurred for colonized peoples a long time ago. Many find that the apocalyptic and mythical resources within these traditions, Islamic, indigenous, and other, are a resource for rationality and resistance. And I got some great teaching on that from West Java. Yesterday, someone said that to work on the global south or in English isn't in itself decolonial or decolonizing. I'm sure that's true. And also, that hasn't been my experience here. I've been proud to work with students from FIS and Islamic studies coming from nations across Asia and Africa and the global south, and the seminar here, Climate Change Ethics, this year. Our entire course was a study in decolonization as we transposed heuristics and approaches from the global north, that's what the English language literature mostly is, into our shared present knowledge and experience in Depok, Farish. Students drew on their own experiences to develop original approaches and solutions, many from Islamic studies, traditional ecological knowledge or indigenous studies, and Indonesian policy and practice. Coming from the US today, I can tell you that's where future leadership lies. The three areas of conservation, sustainability, and climate within academic and environmental studies demonstrate not just how Islam and ecology or Muslim majority and Muslim minority environmentalisms must be decolonized, but even more their decolonial nature as scalar encounters and ethical impacts on other Islams, other colonialities, and the secular. For environmental studies, just like with indigenous systems, the power of this is you can't go back and undo this encounter once it's happened. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Anna, for this thought-provoking presentation. Actually, it's fascinating to find how you combine between environmentalism, ethics, Islam, and decoloniality, which I'm sure is not something easy to do. It was fascinating to see how you are trying to criticize some of the binaries that's made up by colonialism, like religious secular binary, man-nature distinction, East-West when it comes to climate change, drawing also on some primary texts from Quran and Sunnah, ظهر الفساد في البر والبحر ولقد كرمنا بني آدم, الحديث إن لكل ملك حمى, and so on. So thank you very much. That was really fascinating. Jazakumullah khair. Is Professor Recep Şentürk. He's the Dean of College of Islamic Studies at Hamad bin Khalifa University. He was the former rector of, founding rector of Ibn Khaldun University. So we have in this panel two founding rectors in this panel. He received his PhD from Columbia University, Department of Sociology. He has various books, among them in English, Narrative Social Structure, Hadiz Transmission Network, and in Turkish, Open Civilization Toward Multi-Civilizational Society and World, Ibn Khaldun Contemporary Readings, Malcolm X, Struggle for Human Rights and Social Memory. His works have been translated to different languages, including Arabic, Japanese, and Spanish. Very happy to have you here, Professor. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I thank all the organizers and the University UIII for hosting us in this wonderful scholarly meeting. I will be talking about multiplex alternative to decolonize education through reviving the model colonization disrupted. So the question is, what kind of knowledge and education system did Muslims have before colonialism? And is it possible to revive that knowledge system, that education system in our contemporary world? Of course, by updating it, by making tajdid of it. So this is what I call rooted revival, at-tajdid al-mu'assal. So before colonial disruption, we had a multiplex education, and the organizational structure was decentralized and financed by local communities through awqaf. So after colonial disruption, we had centralized educational system, but more importantly, the content of education also changed from the multiplex knowledge system to uniplex knowledge system. And I will explain in detail what I mean by multiplex knowledge system and the uniplex knowledge system. So today, we are at a point where we need to revive multiplexity in today's intellectual global context. And we need this for our intellectual academic independence. Otherwise, if we remain within the discourse community of the modern academia, we won't be able to get out of it. So the question is, what's wrong with the current social sciences and humanities? In my view, simply the fact that current social sciences emanate from the West is not a problem. because we have the principle of لا تنظر من قال انظر ما قال. So the fact that some non-Muslim said it doesn't automatically make it wrong. We have to look at the content of it and also uses and misuses of it. So today, social sciences are instrumentalized for exclusion of non-Western societies and colonization, justification for Western exceptionality and supremacy. This is a problem, and most of the presentations addressed this question. I'm not going to talk about this aspect. I'm going to talk about something more essential in my view, which is the uniplex paradigm on which the current social sciences and humanities are grounded. The philosophical foundations, which are reductionist, based on false dichotomies, pseudo-binaries about ontology, epistemology, methodology, meaning, and truth. Why a paradigm or these assumptions at the level of ontology, epistemology are so important for us to expose? Because a theory is like the tip of the iceberg. It's grounded on pre-commitments. It's grounded on some axiomatic assumptions, philosophical foundations. These are about ontology, which is what exists. What's the subject I'm studying? And also epistemology, what's reality, what's knowledge, and the methodology, like how can I reach to knowledge? How can I produce knowledge? What are the acceptable, plausible, legitimate ways of producing knowledge? So the applied research methods and theories, these are all grounded on these pre-commitments and philosophical assumptions without taking into account the paradigmatic or the philosophical foundations of the existing theories. We cannot produce a real critique. A real critique requires not only critically examining the theory, but also the foundations of it as well. So I classify theories and paradigms into two groups, uniplex versus multiplex. So I look at the worldview, whether it takes into account multi-levels of existence or reductionist uniplex. So a uniplex paradigm is comprised of a uniplex ontology, epistemology, and methodology, which brings with it uniplex conceptions of truth, norm, and meaning. So materialism, positivism, and idealism, these are examples of uniplex paradigms because they are reductionist. And then a multiplex paradigm is comprised of multiplex ontology, epistemology, and methodology, in addition to multiplex concepts of truth, norm, and meaning. So all traditional philosophies, or most of them, they have this multiplex concept of existence, including Islam, Christianity, Judaism, Hinduism, Buddhism, etc., and also the classical, most of the classical philosophies. And in the modern world, we have examples of it. One example is Peter Sorokin from Harvard. He called it integralism, but he didn't have any followers. But he was a sociologist in Harvard. Multiplex materialist paradigms gave rise to many theoretical perspectives, like Marxism, behaviorism, positivism, logical positivism, scientism, Darwin's evolutionary theory, structuralism, critical theory, Frankfurt School, new materialism, economic theory. These are all theories based on the materialist uniplex worldview. And then we have idealist paradigm, which gave rise to German idealism, Kant, Hegel, Fichte, phenomenology, social constructionism, postmodernism, post-truth, symbolic instructionism, constructivism, post-structuralism, discourse theory, narrative psychology, hermeneutics. These are all theories grounded on uniplex reductionist idealism. So you can either study these theories or expose their assumptions, philosophical foundations as well at the same time. So the approach I am adopting, not only focusing on the theory, but also focusing on the axiomatic foundations of the theories at the paradigmatic level. Post-colonialism, in my view, is a form of new colonialism, because colonial and post-colonial theories share the same uniplex paradigm. So at the paradigmatic level, at their ontology, epistemology, and methodology, they share the same uniplex paradigm. Both are often grounded on reductionist ontologies, either materialist or and secular modernity, or they are all Eurocentric categories of thought. While colonial theories overtly justify domination, post-colonial theories often retain the same intellectual structures under a different discourse of resistance. Therefore, it's legitimate to view much of the post-colonial discourse as a form of new colonialism, because it reinforces epistemic dependency of the Muslims. So we used to import colonial theories. Now we are importing post-colonial theories from the West, rather than we are not the authors and producers of those theories. So it reproduces Western intellectual and political hegemony, but in a different way. So it fails to challenge the deeper philosophical assumptions of coloniality regarding materialism or idealism, this uniplex worldview. Thus, genuine decolonization requires starting with a critical re-examination of the shared assumptions underlying both colonial and post-colonial theories, offering alternative by moving towards multiplex ontologies, epistemologies that allow for authentic, as Farid Alatas said, original intellectual dependence and civilizational plurality. So we live in the age of extremes, uniplex positivism-led epistemic violence, epistemicide, and scientism, and the uniplex idealism also led to post-truth culture, anti-intellectualism, anything goes, subjectivism, polarization, hyper bipartisanship, etc. I see this as a false dichotomy, a pseudo dichotomy. We have to liberate ourselves from this. What's the way to get out of this false dichotomy between idealist and materialist worldviews and the theories grounded on them? I offer the multiplex knowledge system as an alternative. Knowledge, ilm, is seen as a sacred and interconnected understanding of ourselves and the world and the God. Education is aimed at the formation of the human being rather than the subject or the citizen. Emphasis on both intellectual excellence and moral and spiritual formation, because a human being is a multiplex being with body, mind, and soul, and education must aim perfection of all these levels by elevating the student from taqlid to tahqiq. Tahqiq is the Islamic form of critical thinking. Education organized by scholars, awqaf, and communities, not by centralized states. This the model I am proposing in a nutshell. So Goethe wrote on Islamic education. He wrote, "It's highly recommendable to see with what doctrines that Mohammedans commence to work of education. As a religious foundation, they confirm their youth in the conviction that nothing can happen to man except that was long since decreed by all ruling divinity. With this, they are prepared and satisfied for a whole life, and scarce need anything further. The ball on which my name is not written cannot hit me, says the soldier in the battlefield. And without such a belief, how could he maintain such courage and cheerfulness in the most imminent perils. He continues, he says, then the Mohammedans begin their instruction in philosophy with the doctrine that nothing exists of which the contrary may not be affirmed. So that's the higher level of education. So opposite of everything is possible. Thus, they practice the minds of youth by giving them the task of detecting and expressing the opposite of every proposition. You know, I went through this, what's called traditional madrasa education. This is exactly what we have done. You know, the so-called traditional education, which is degraded, this is exactly what's being done. Thus, they practice the mind's way by giving them the task of detecting and expressing the opposite of every proposition from which great adroitness in thinking and speaking is sure to arise. Certainly, after the contrary of any proposition has been maintained, doubt arises as to which is really true. But there is no permanence in doubt. It incites the mind to closer inquiry and experiment from which, if rightly managed, certainty proceeds. And in this alone can man find through satisfaction. You see that nothing is wanting in this doctrine, that with all our systems we have got no further, and that generally speaking no one can get further. So this was the multiplex education which was disrupted by the colonial system. This is the traditional madrasa curriculum. It would be methodologically wrong to judge about our traditional education system or the madrasa system by looking at the remnants today. These are just remnants. You know, like we don't have Sahni Seman Madrasa, Süleymaniye Madrasa, whose graduates run the Ottoman Empire. So we have now like some poor institutions with very limited resources trying to do something. It would be injustice to judge about our traditional education system simply by looking at those institutions. So the colonial disruption shifted this uniplex, this multiplex decentralized education system to uniplex centralized education, and it suppressed intellectual diversity and also weakened, undermined intellectual independence, academic independence of Muslims. So all these education reforms which were introduced to us as modernization, progress, etc., aimed at making us intellectually, academically dependent on the West. Today, if you want to revive the Islamic education system, we need to revive the curriculum, institutional structure, philosophy of education, and the ultimate goal should be regaining intellectual independence through rooted revival. So what's multiplexity? Let's talk about it in a detail. So multiplexity is the translation of Arabic term maratib, which literally means hierarchy or levels. Multiplexity typically characterizes Islamic worldview as a multi-layered understanding of existence, knowledge, and truth. So there are several manifestations of this multi-layered approach in Islamic knowledge system. Multiplex ontology, it is called maratib al-wujud. Multiplex epistemology is called maratib al-ulum. Multiplex methodology is called maratib al-usul. So these foundations give rise to maratib al-ma'ani, multiplex hermeneutics or multiplex meaning, multiplex ahkam, maratib al-ahkam, multiplex normative system, and also maratib al-haqa'iq, multiplex truth. So let's start with the multiplex ontology. As you know, we all accept that there is material world, there is a non-material world, and also the divine world. Alam al-shahada, alam al-ghayb, and alam al-ilahi. And the Quran starts with Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Allah is the Lord of universes. So the universe or the existence is not limited only to the material world in which we are living. There are multiple levels of existence. So this multiplex ontology leads us to multiplex epistemology, maratibul ilm. So for every level of existence, there should be an epistemology which is properly suitable for that level of existence. That's why we have like several types of knowledge based on empiric research, sense perception, reasoning, rational thinking, and also al-khabar al-sadiq, divine revelation, Quran and Hadith. So these are subjective, objective source of knowledge, but also we accept subjective source of knowledge, like dreams, inspirations, kashf, hats. These are the subjective sources of knowledge, but subjective sources can be used in the private domain. Objective sources is to be used in the public domain, public discussions. So we also, this leads to multiplex normativity, which I call it open normativity in our fiqh. So our fiqh has several levels of normativity. First and the fundamental level is based on qat'iyat. These are also called yakiniyat and daruriyat. These are objective, binding, and universal norms. And they are based on definitive adilla, either rational or naqli, mutawatir. And they are mandatory for all Muslims to follow. This is the universal normative foundation. Then we have a domain of zanniyat. You see, norms are determined by the level of certainty. So the domain of zanniyat, this leads to relative domain. Ijtihadiyat, domain of ijtihadiyat and qiyas. So this is context sensitive, plural, interpretive, and relative. So you see there is universal level and the relative level which needs to be justified. And the method we use here is usul al-fiqh. So it is not left to the individuals to decide. Then we have domain of mubahat. This is the unregulated domain. Allah Ta'ala left this domain unregulated. الشريعة ساكتة فيه لا عن نسيان ولا إهمال ولكن برحمة الله تعالى. And a Muslim's life almost like 80% or 90% is the mubah domain. So you see different types of knowledge: hissiyat, akliyat, nakliyat, keshfiyat. These are different types of knowledge, and the levels of certainty are also different in this multiplex epistemological system. The epistemology of zanniyat, I think, is a unique feature of Islam, and it is the foundation of freedom of expression and diversity in Islamic thought. And this is something very unique for us, and our ulama, our philosophers and thinkers worked on this a lot, and we need to maintain this as a source of diversity and freedom of expression. When we look at the methods, for every level of existence and for every type of epistemology, Muslim scholars developed a method suitable for that epistemology. And briefly, it is there are two major methods. One, nazar, the other, tasfi and tazkiyah. So the method of nazar has two types: nazar akli and nazar shar'i. Nazar akli does not include wahi. It's based on sense perception, empiric research, and akl, rational research. This is used in philosophical inquiry and empirical inquiry, natural sciences, and also ilm al-umran. So this nazar akli, or pure reasoning, is the common ground between us and non-Muslims, because they don't believe in wahi, in Quran and Hadith. So in our dialogue with them, in our debate with them, in our collaboration with them, we use nazar akli, and this is how we maintain inter-civilizational, inter-religious dialogue in the past, when we interacted with other religious communities and civilizations. And we have nazar shar'i, which is religious reasoning. It includes akl, hawas, and wahi. It doesn't exclude reason and sense perception. And the only difference is that it includes nas as well. So it includes kalam, fiqh, usul fiqh, furu fiqh, hadith, tafsir. These disciplines, they use this. This is the common ground in the ummah, in the Muslim community. Okay? And then we have tasfiyah and tazkiyah. This is subjective and a rational purification of the heart. Fattakullah fayu'allimkumullah. Show of taqwa, Allah will teach you. Again, maratib al-ma'ani. So we have like utterances and the meaning, objective meaning and subjective meaning, but also there is meaning of meaning, ma'na al-ma'na. So this is a very sophisticated interpretive system. Because of the limitation of time, I'm not going into details. And the maratib al-ahkam, in our fiqh and ethics, we don't rely on binary logic. Binary logic in ethics and law relies on good and bad, legal, illegal, moral, immoral, ethical, unethical. But in our ethical thinking, legal thinking, we have multi-valued logic, ahkam khamsa, according to Shafi'is, and ahkam tis'a, according to Hanafis, like haram, makruh, mubah, wajib, sunnah mu'akkada, ghayr mu'akkada. So it is not just binary, right and wrong. And then in our ethical understanding, we have reciprocal ethics based on qisas, tolerance ethics based on afu, but also altruistic ethics based on ithar and ihsan. Idfa' billati hiya ahsan. So this goes beyond the simple legal reciprocal understanding of ethics. When it comes to truth, maratib al-haqaiq, in our aqidah, it's mentioned that, I'm following, حقائق الأشياء ثابتة والعلم بها متحقق. So the truth of entities are proven and permanent, and our knowledge about them is certain. But also there is relative truth and also the subjective truth. So we are not falling in the binary, whether it is universal or subjective or relative. No, there are different levels of truth. At one level it's universal, at another level relative, at another level subjective. So this is a brief overview of this, but I emphasize the importance of usul fiqh, because usul fiqh guarantees intellectual diversity through ijtihad and zanniyat epistemology and methodology. So there are so many binaries, we have to free ourselves from them, like the binary of church and state, religion and science, matter or idea, body and soul, subjective, objective, universal, relative, society, individual, tradition, modern, man, woman, fact, value. We need to free ourselves from this through multiplex thinking. And these methods that I have mentioned and the level of existence gave rise to Islamic knowledge system. There is a division of labor among Islamic disciplines, like philosophy focuses on the existence as a whole and uses nazar akli. And kalam, again, focuses on the existence as a whole, but uses nazar shar'i. Furu' fiqh focuses on the external dimension of human action, and the tasawwuf focuses on the internal dimensions of human action. You see how this multiplex epistemology methodology gives rise to the Islamic knowledge system. So why do we need to adopt multiplexity today? Because it offers us a holistic, comprehensive approach by avoiding false dichotomies produced by colonial and post-colonial thinking. It provides a systematic and organized framework incorporating philosophical premises and principles of an Islamic worldview as applied to human and social sciences. It offers a powerful intellectual and social diversity management system. So this diversity management is very important because without having this multiplex worldview, we couldn't have all these mazahib, existing within the Muslim community and also non-Muslims living under Islamic society. So it promotes a pluralistic science culture robust enough to cope with the multiplicity of truth without falling prey to relativism. So that's the most important thing. While we are defending diversity, plurality, etc., the multiplicity, we should not fall prey to relativism and subjectivism, which is very dangerous. So it goes beyond Eurocentrism through rooted revival, of the Islamic intellectual heritage and helps us gain our intellectual independence. So how can we translate this to education system in practice? So we need to use ta'aleem, tahbib, ta'aleem and tazkiyah as three methods of education. Tahbib comes before ta'aleem. يعني هو الذي حبب إليكم الإيمان وزينه في قلوبكم وكره إليكم الكفر والفسوق والعصيان. And ta'aleem and tazkiyah, rational education as well as character building, spiritual education should be together. Allah Ta'ala هو الذي بعث في الأميين رسولا منهم يتلو عليهم آياته ويزكيهم ويعلمهم. Tazkiyah and ta'aleem should be together. And so what is ta'aleem? Ta'aleem is about intellectual education. Tazkiyah about moral, spiritual education. And the purpose of education is to raise the student from level of taqleed to tahqiq in both ta'aleem and tazkiyah. And tahqiq means critical understanding by knowing the reasons, the evidence, the proofs behind everything you are learning. Okay, because of our time. So this multiplexity gives rise to what I call open science, and open science is the foundation of open civilization. So multiplex thinking cultivates open science sustains open civilization. Islam is an open civilization, open within Muslim community, the Ummah, and also outside the Islamic community. And we owe this openness to multiplexity. So in conclusion, I say that the pre-colonial Muslim education was multiplex, decentralized, holistic. Colonization reduced it to a uniplex, centralized, secularized system. Rooted revival, at-tajdid al-mu'assal, is necessary for the true intellectual and political independence. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Recep, for sharing your fascinating insights with us. Actually, it's very interesting how we moved from environment to education. I hope we move to a third discipline right now. So, Professor Recep spoke about tajdid al-mu'assal, reform that's based on Islamic principle, and probably I forgot he's the founder of Usul Academy, so it makes sense that he discussed about tajdid al-mu'assal. He began by criticizing what he calls the uniplex paradigm of the Western academia, including post-colonialism, which he saw as just another form of colonialism. He criticized the divisions between materialism, idealism, positivism, etc. And he said that we need to revive the multiplex ontological and epistemological pre-modern paradigm of Islam. Then probably he draw in various Islamic disciplines, probably tasawwuf. I can see tasawwuf, falsafa, kalam, and yesterday a professor was saying like everything is here, but the Islamic perspective is not here. So probably Professor Recep is trying to provide us with a new perspective, different perspective, where the question of objective and subjective is dealt in a totally different way. You can find in his categorization of the objective the integration of religious knowledge or revelation in the objective science, for example. So anyway, thank you very much, Professor Recep. Jazakumullah khaira. So our third guest speaker is actually our host. So Professor Komaruddin Hidayat, who is the founding rector of UIII. Professor Komaruddin Hidayat is a prominent Indonesian Muslim academic and intellectual known for his leadership, scholarly contribution. He served as the rector of Indonesian International Islamic University, and before that he was a professor and rector of Sharif Hidayatullah State Islamic University in Jakarta for 2 consecutive terms. He has a lot of works, a lot of books, Agama Masa Depan, Religion of the Future, Psychology Kematian, Psychology of the Death, Wisdom of Life, and many other works. So without further ado, please, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. distinguished guest speakers. It's rather difficult for me to convey my speech because, well, I would like to try to explain Islam as I observe in Indonesia, and Islam as I understood, and Islam as I studied academically. Therefore, it's rather difficult for me to make distinction, to differentiate whether it is my personal view, or it is academic analysis, or it is, I am a son or prisoner of my culture of Indonesia. It's, but let me try to share what I feel and what I observe about Islam Indonesia related with the idea of the colonization. Allow me to start in this discussion by quoting, I like this book. The book written by Arisio Santos, written in 2005, the title is Atlantis, the Lost Continent Finally Found. You know this book, eh? I hope it's an interesting book. The Lost Continent Finally Found. It is Atlantis. It is Indonesian archipelago. The content of the book is controversial, yet offer intriguing hypothesis. He argues that Indonesian archipelago harbor ancient and sophisticated civilizational roots. It is supported by the recent archaeological research conducted in Jambi, in Gunung Padang, Cianjur, and many sites of Indonesian island, showing that there has been a center of culture and civilization goes back to 1,000, even 2,000 years ago. This is based on archaeological research in Indonesia. You know that in Indonesia, there are so many old temple building, where the temple is quote-unquote temple, buried under the ground due to volcanic eruption and major flood. So what we see, like Borobudur or Prambanan and other temples, it is just small number of temples which survive. The rest are buried under the ground because of volcanic eruption. And based on this research, showing that there has been huge and sophisticated civilization that makes sure for me that Indonesia not only as very area, but there has been a center of the cradle of civilization, according to that time. And second, it's interesting for me also to share the nature of Indonesian culture in this archipelago. The natural fertility of the land combined with its archipelagic geography shape a unique socio-cultural and political configuration. Unlike desert region, like in Middle East, for example, that often foster competitive and militaristic culture due to scarcity, but Indonesian island is very rich. Every island is rich culture, enable the development of economically self-sufficient. As a result, societies here rarely develop tradition of territorial conquest or aggressive expansionism to others. Because every island is very rich, fertile, so they are autonomous in their economic need. Clifford Gade, you know, he is the famous anthropologist in the world, argues that intensive wet rice cultivation not only structured daily life, but also influenced the social imagination, emphasizing harmony, stability, and submission to natural cycles. Gade's portrayal of Javanese religion as a syncretic, complex blending animism, Hindu Buddhism, and Islam also highlight how deeply embedded metaphysical orientation were in agrarian life. This religio-cultural ecology contributed to the formation of a civilization that was contemplative, aesthetically refined, spiritually inclined, and hybrid. We know that the agricultural culture, it's shaped by the behavior of the people, what I call, well, waiting mentality, waiting to the harvest time, not aggressively competing to others. They just waiting and having the free time, leisure time. By those having leisure time, they have time to do some religious ceremony and creating some art and so on and so on. That's why you know that in Indonesia you will find there are so many historical monuments about art and temple. Why? Because they have free time. They don't need to compete in terms of economic. And all the foreign culture and religion, for example, Buddhist and Hindu which come from India, even though it is colored by Indians originally, as they come to Indonesia, then modified, customized by local people. You will see that India is the center of Hindu religion, but the most beautiful temple of Hindu, it is located in Indonesia. Even more beautiful compared to what India has. The most Hindu island and very popular in the world, it is Bali, not India. So as a tourist, when come to Indonesia, they always put the objective for them to see the Hindus and Buddhist heritage. But it has been customized to Indonesian culture form. For example, the storytelling about Mahabharata and Ramayana and so on and so on. You can compare the difference between what is the story of Ramayana in India and in Indonesia. In Indonesia, more artistic and more complicated, and it is very much colored by the local content. So as Christian come to Indonesia, Islam come to Indonesia, Indonesian culture, Javanese culture, has very strong cultural resilience in responding to the newcomer which is coming from outside. And it happened also when Islam come to Indonesia, brought by the trader and Sufi. We know that the characteristic of Sufi and trader, they don't want to have an enemy because the trading will be bankrupt. Therefore, always they want to extend, to set up, to form the new friend. And the Sufi and trader coming to Indonesia, they offer the mystical approach in their da'wah. So they don't want to change the form, the external, exoteric, they don't want to change, but they put the internal, the essence of Islam into Indonesian culture. We will see, for example, as Idul Adha, the Hajj holiday, in some part of North Java Island, as Idul Adha come, they sacrifice, they slaughter, instead of cow, they slaughter buffalo. In Quran it is said that should be slaughter is cow, but in Indonesia, in Javanese island, they slaughter buffalo. Why? They don't want to offend the feeling of Hindus community at that time, even until now. So they slaughter buffalo instead of cow. Why? They took the essence, the message of Islam, mystical, esoteric dimension, inner dimension of Islam, but still they keep the exoteric formation. By having this practice, by doing so, so there is no bitter conflicts between Islam and local culture. There is no conflict between Islam and Hinduism. There is no serious conflict between Islam and Buddhism. In history, I think it is only in Indonesia that Islam come to Indonesia peacefully, without any sword, without any blood. But it is come to Indonesia through smiling Islam, which is coming to Indonesia. The Hindu-Buddhist era left indelible mark on architecture, language, court ritual, and art form, particularly the wayang, shadow puppet theater, which evolved uniquely in different regions such as Java and Bali. Rather than displacing local practices, these foreign religions were indigenized, customized into local culture. The wayang tradition, for example, became a site of ethical instruction and spiritual contemplation rather than simply storytelling. Within wayang tradition, for example, the Mahabharata and Ramayana epic were transformed and adapted from its Indian origin, as I said before. With arrival of Islam, particularly through Sufi merchant and mystic, a similar pattern of cultural adaptation occurred. The Sufi emphasized inner spirituality, batin, esoteric dimension, tasawwuf, over rigid external observance, lahir or exoteric one, which resonated with the local mystical orientation, especially in Jawa. As Robert Hefner notes in his book, Civil Islam, Muslim and Democracy in Indonesia, this early period of Islamization in Indonesia was not only peaceful, but deeply dialogical. Islam became embedded in local social life through ritual like Selamatan or community feasts that retain pre-Islamic form but were infused with Islamic meaning. Therefore, I can say that both Turkey and Indonesia are Muslim country, but very least Arabized, I think. We have own language, we have own culture, we are Muslim, but we are very different from the cultural expression of Muslim in Middle East. Batik, for example, as I wear today, it is expression we appreciate of plurality, because Indonesia is plural, and it's our Javanese culture. Look at the different religion, just like when we fly on the boat, on the plane, then look down at the rivers, we will see there are many various rivers, but all rivers flows to the same destination, that is to the ocean. That's why the Javanese culture, they can live hand in hand, they can integrate, they have no problem coexisting with different religions, because they see that the plurality only appear in the external aspect, in the surface, but internal one, it is actually the same. Just like river, at the outside, there are so many different rivers, but inside actually they have the same destination, that is flows heading to the ocean. This kind of worldview, I observe and I know and I witness in Indonesian culture, in Javanese culture especially. I wonder whether the, motto, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, plurality, diversity in unity, unity in diversity. Some scholars say whether it is inspired by the motto of American modern, Pluribus et Unum, or by Madinah Charter. Still it is in the process of being researched. Whether it is origin come from Indonesia or it is just coincident between Madinah, Sakofah Madinah Charter and American Charter. Because it's very similar. That is Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. Unity in plurality, plurality in unity. Traditional Islam, and the arrival of European colonialism introduced profound epistemological shift, as you mentioned already. Dutch rule, especially under the ethical policy in the early 20th century, expanded access to Western education for select segment of the indigenous population, while intended to produce loyal colonial subjects. This policy inadvertently laid the groundwork for the emergence of modern intelligentsia. Well, I am personally the product of local education, traditional education. I'm from pesantren. The term pesantren, it's mixed with the Hindu Sanskerta language, santri. Santri, it is Sanskerta, just like Talib in Arabian, Taliban, Talib, just similar. Pesantren and madrasah just similar, but in Indonesia we use pesantren. But later on, when I come to university, I also studied Western curriculum, Western education. This inspired our teachers in this IIIU that we try to integrate between local culture, because we are all the product of local education, local culture. We are Indonesian, but at the same time, we are also Indonesian. Thanks to the colonial, to some extent, they have a role in shedding, light and the seed of the nationalist movement. I'm not sure if Indonesia has not been occupied the colonials, maybe Indonesia just like Middle East. There will be many countries separately. You know, in Arabian country, the same land, the same language, the same island, but how many countries, how many states in Arabian countries? In Europe also, it's happened in Europe, how in the same land, but they have many states. But Indonesia, you know, more than 15,000 islands, with so many different languages, but we have same state. It is a miracle in history, I think. And this happened because of two things. One, the role of Islam in uniting them, sociologically, historically. And second, it is to some extent inspired, driven by the arrival of colonials to Indonesia. Maybe those situation not anticipated by the colonial, that they come to Indonesia, that driven the movement of modernism. A political change that the colonialists may not have taken into account was the growth of the seed of nationalism that united the scattered population of the archipelago to build a nation state that overcome ethnic and religious plurality. That is, I ever heard a professor from Australia, he says like this, maybe you know, I forgot the name. Indonesia is unlikely nation. Why? Because based on this existing reality that it is so plural, but at the end became one. It is unlikely nation. It happened. Then I come to the, one more points I want to express here. That in Indonesia, there are layers of culture and civilization, but still the question is how powerful local culture has endurance and resiliency in responding the foreign influence to Indonesia. The layer religiosity created pluralistic yet cohesive religious identity, an Islam that was culturally embedded rather than doctrinally rigid. However, modern reformist movements such as Wahhabism have often failed to appreciate this nuance. They emphasize on doctrinal purity and exoteric practices neglects the esoteric and ethical dimension that historically define Indonesian Islam. 3 more minutes. The arrival of European colonialism introduced profound epistemological shift, as I mentioned later, before. Traditional Islamic education center on pesantren and Kiai authority, it's traditional education in Indonesia, found itself in tension with the new school system model of European ideal. The colonial school became an agent of epistemic transformation. It marginalized indigenous knowledge system and introduced secular rationality, scientific thinking, and Western model of governance. This university tried to integrate those 3 characteristics and tendency. How to integrate the local culture of Islam Indonesia, and we appreciate the Islamic heritage coming from the long history and very rich from Middle East tradition, very restful. And the third, the critical thinking, empirical approach from Western tradition. So those 3, Indonesian culture, and Middle Eastern contribution intellectually, culturally, then combined also with modern thinking. That this university tried to combine those three characteristics. This dualism persisted into post-colonial period. Modern Indonesian universities, particularly Islamic institutions, have attempted to bridge this divide by integrating Western science, Islamic thought, and local wisdom. Yet, as the Indonesian thinker once remarked, the real challenge is not to replicate Western modernity, but to articulate a civilizational alternative rooted in local tradition, modernity, and Islamic ethical universality. Indonesia's relatively peripheral position in global Islamic and political discourse has paradoxically been its strength. As a country distant from the sectarian tension of the Middle East and the racial policies of the West, Indonesia has had the space to develop unique civilizational identity. This identity is marked by religious tolerance, democratic aspiration, and cultural pluralism. Again, I would like to quote Clifford Geertz in his study. It says like this, that those layers of civilization still exist until now. Today, these categories have transformed, but the underlying theme of pluralism and adaptation remain central. There's Piaget, aristocrat, and educated people, Western product, and local. Those three typologies still exist together in Indonesia. And now, Indonesia's democratic project is perhaps the most culturally congruent model available. The deeply rooted values of musyawarah, deliberation, and mufakat, consensus, mirror democratic ideal without necessarily adhering to liberal individualism. As Hefner argues, Indonesian Islam has offered a distinct model of civil Islam, which harmonizes faith with public reason and civil society engagement. To conclude, Indonesia, despite its historical depth and democratic weight, has yet to fully assert itself as a contributor to global Islamic civilizational thought. Its role remains largely reactive rather than generative. The challenge before Indonesian scholars, educators, and policymakers is to reclaim and re-articulate Indonesia's civilizational legacy, not merely as cultural heritage, but as a living, dynamic resource for shaping plural, just, and ethical future. This requires tribal integration, local cultural tradition, Islamic ethical framework, and global intellectual current. It demands neither blind imitation of the West, nor nostalgic idealism of the East in the past, but a critical, appreciative synthesis that affirms Indonesia's place in shaping a future global civilization. To conclude, I will give one small note. I think what is taking place currently, actually it is not colonialization of politics and economy and so on, but there has been digital colonization. Everyone, every day, using YouTube, Facebook, and so on as a window to look at the world, and we don't know actually. It is directed and controlled by the people, the one who create algorithm. And those algorithms influence and directing the people, their mind, and the way of the economic behavior. I think there is one book reflecting this, as written by Bourgeois. The title is The Age of Surveillance Capitalism. The Age of Surveillance Capitalism. We try to look at everything in the world just through YouTube. And this YouTube, Facebook is directed by the one who created, who control algorithm. So we are, I don't know whether it is liberating or colonializing. I think it is a debatable issue. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Local culture of Indonesia integrating a new type that's usually different from the original religion. Probably in contrast to other speakers, he emphasized that we don't need to replace Western epistemologies, but probably we need to integrate them into these triple categories of local, Islamic, and Western together. Thank you very much, Parektor. And I think now I can open the floor for Q&A. Probably if one of the panelists want to raise a question before we open the floor for the audience. Otherwise, please raise your hand if you have a question. So, Professor Joseph first.
Which is, so I was actually asked to write something about sustainability at one point. I went in and I looked and I realized, has any agreement about what sustainability is? And then if you go further, massive amounts of sustainability studies funded since this term came up in the 1980s. And yet, it seems that we have moved further and further away from anything, at least on a global vision, that could be termed sustainability. So I'm wondering, I mean, the fundamental question, what is sustainability? And how it's been theorized. Are there, has anybody made significant approaches towards theorizing it within an Islamic context? If so, how is that distinguished from Euro-American concepts of sustainability? And I think more importantly, what I'm getting at with all of this is, do those theorizations, and maybe not even Islamic, maybe or some other theorizations, do they actually provide a potential path towards something that really would sustainability rather than this constant, throwing it around as a term, just so that we can actually maintain.
I'm sorry, I'm Syed from Waseda University. Basically my question to Komaruddin Sensei. I'm also coming late, so I cannot listen much more. But yes, my background is international relations. So regarding this social in terms of our economic purpose. So the question is regarding this situation, could the Asian countries or maybe African or another Islamic nation in the different continents still adapt the Western's values, or we insist that the Asian values is the good way for us to, like upgrade our society, including what we call maybe Islamic, like foundation, or in general just to upgrade our economic prosperity? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. I think about this a lot. I direct the undergraduate program at University of Wisconsin in environmental studies. It serves about, almost 1,000 people and majors and certificate students. And we're adding a sustainability major because it's an American thing. American universities are assessed or they're rated based on a national sustainability rating, and having a major in sustainability is important to that. But it's tricky because just as natural resources was sort of the academic term for that stuff, right? And then it was environment, now it's sustainability. So in a sense, in North America and globally, it sort of depends on when you got in the game, what your language is. I was also up for Vice Provost of Sustainability at University of Michigan. Same story. There's a lot of resources being put into sustainability now academically, which are kind of forcing this question, Professor Lumbard, like what is it, right? And how does it differ from other things? So like I said in the talk, historically, it's incoherent, right? And putting together the developmentalist thing from Brundtland, which was environment, economy, and society as being sustainability. It's a bureaucratic report from the UN from 1987. Business models, which can be criticized as greenwashing, but also as, the future, right? And then scientific paradigms, including engineering, it's a bumpy ride. So what happens in effect in North America and elsewhere is that people use the listings of the UN SDGs essentially as the theory. It's really Foucauldian, it's really postmodern. A list is the epistemology, right? Which means that, you know, kind of like the critique of the Anthropocene just there, it's a pretty weak ethics, and people use environment and use sustainability as ethical language, right? Why do we have environmental science and not just science? It's because that term environment gives you literally a value added, doesn't it? So it's a listing. People, in effect, I think really to answer your question, when people want to talk about sustainability and how that's different from environment, they use a language of systems, a systems-based approach. So methodology is often what's characterizing sustainability in practice. And then you get stuff like triple bottom line, people, planet, profits, and so on and so forth. I think that also affectively, sustainability is cast differently, and people appreciate that. So instead of the sort of the crisis, 20th century existential, how do we have hope, we're all going to die, you know, nuclear sort of, you know, anxiety, sustainability seems like, you know, there's a future there, and the questions of justice are all the more pronounced, right? What are you sustaining for whom is the decolonial question, right? So your question was, who talks about that? I like Agyeman's work on it. Like that's what I would recommend. Joseph and I go way back to the American Academy of Religion in North America, so you know that's just talking to you. What I would recommend for Islamic sustainability, it's pretty new. If it's going to happen, I would look right here. I'm not kidding, you know. And I would look honestly to my students to be the ones to theorize this in Islamic frameworks. This is where it's happening. So just watch the journals, it's going to pop up. But at this point, sustainability is so new as a discourse that, you know, despite whatever is messy about it and what is unprecedented about it intellectually, it's also just in terms of an academic discourse, it's kind of a new thing. But I'm sure it's there, and I'm sure the approaches to sustainability that come out under the labeling of Islam are going to be just as diverse as what we have already. Hope that answers your question.
I distinguish between Islam as a values. It is inclusive, universal. It easily be accepted by anyone at the level of values. But as Islam, it is expressed, articulated within the history and society. It is very much influenced by the circumstances, and it is adaptable. Therefore, when Islam come to Indonesia, Islam came to Afghanistan, Islam came to Japan, Islam came to America, the expression, the articulation will be different, because Islam, which is addressed by Islam, the society is different situation. So, at the level of the normative level and historical expression, it is very much influenced by the economical and political situation. But Islam at the level of values, again, it is, I think, universal, that easily be accepted by anyone. Therefore, for me, when we are discussing about Islam, what do you mean by Islam here? Whether it is Islam as a historical construction, Islam as cultural construction, or Islam as the values which is taught in the Quran, is something different, I think. So the same case is also true for the issue of colonialization. Colonization, I think it is historical journey, that it is historical experimentation of Islam, how to respond the colonization. But again, the universal values of Islam, I think it's will be easy accepted by anyone. In Indonesia, there is interesting to say survey saying that Indonesia, one of the most religious country in the world. The people say that religion is very important, higher the percentage the spirit, enthusiasm being Muslim is high in Indonesia. But at the same time, there is also a survey that the corruption in Indonesia also high. Okay. Then how to relate those survey? Religious enthusiasm also high, but corruption also high. I think that corruption, it is political event. That corruption which is occurring, happen at the level of the state, it is the duty, the job, the task of the state, how to eradicate corruption. And the religious people, it could be ulama or anyone, they have no authority, they have no competencies how to eradicate corruption which is occur at the level of state. It is systemized, it is, social crime. And ulama has moral force. Before the coming of modern state, it is easy be directed, overcome by the ulama at the level of family and community. But no, when it is happened at the level of state, it is beyond the authority. But they have only moral force, but not legal force, what ulama has. Again, there is a conflict between values and the practice of the society when we are discussing about corruption, for example.
Thank you very much. I am Muhammad Saifuddin Umar from Surabaya, Winsa, Sunan Ampel. My question is the terrorism study in hot issue in this time? Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I got that question.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hello, Assalamualaikum. My name is Abdul Matin. I'm from the research team in RPCS from Singapore. My question is directed to Professor Recep Şentürk. I'm very intrigued in your presentation and how you focused on the problems of colonialism as being an instrument for Eurocentrism and Western supremacy, and of course as a uniplex paradigm. And therefore the pre-colonial or the decolonization happens when we revive the pre-colonial framework. On the other hand, we also have, for example, in our history, the beginning, especially from the Asr Tarjama, the area of translations, in how the framework of sciences at that time was benefited and integrated a lot of sciences from past civilizations, such as logic and philosophy. And so in that spirit, my question is, in your project, is there room for integration of sciences that were developed in colonial and post-colonial time? Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you very much for these excellent presentations. I think one of the themes that the presentations touch on and that any study of decolonization touches on is what is the future of Islamic civilization as it relates to the West, or what is the significance of the West. But imagine someone were to argue that the primary significance of the West and the way, one of the reasons why the Muslim world has been forced to pay so much attention to borrowing from the West and learning from the West is precisely because the West has developed certain forms of technology and economic growth, and anyone who doesn't mimic or copy or import elements of those technologies and forms of economic growth and forms of social institutions risks losing its sovereignty because it won't have enough power to defend itself economically, militarily, politically. Imagine in the future if China ends up producing a model which is more effective at accumulating power and economic growth and technology. How does that impact the decolonization paradigm moving forward? And to what extent will Muslims move from grappling with how to interact or integrate with the West to the question of how they might interact or borrow certain elements of Chinese civilization?
Actually, both questions are related, with each other. Like how we did it in the past and how we should do it today and in the future. This is like an inter-civilizational interaction. interreligious, intercultural interaction, give and take, with other civilizations. Islam is an open civilization, in my view. From the very beginning, Muslims were open to learn from other societies. Like with Christians and Jews, we musaddiqun lima bayna yadayhi. So we accepted like their legacy, of course, in a very critical way. Even with the mushriks, we refuse shirk, but we accept oneness of Allah Ta'ala. We refused the idols in the Kaaba, but we accepted the Kaaba. So there is an epistemological principle which says, Al-batilu laysa az-zid al-kamil lil-haq. What is wrong is not 100% opposite of what is right. So there are elements of truth, even if something is 5%, 10% wrong. So our interaction started first like with the Greek and Christian, with the Christian and Jewish cultures in Medina, and then later with the Greeks. Then we came across with the Greek legacy and also the Persian legacy. Again, Muslims were open to learn from them, and the disciplines we borrowed from them is called al-ulum al-dakhila or al-ulum al-mushtaraka. These are all under Nazar Aqli. Nazar Aqli, based on empirical and rational research. So Nazar Aqli is the common ground between us and non-Muslims. So when Muslims interacted with the Greek legacy, they translated many things except mythology. Because they said this is useless. They did not translate mythology. Also, sculpture making. Greeks are very famous for sculpture making. They did not take sculpture making from the Greeks because they said this is, against our values. So I summarize this as like we are critical but fair. We are critical but fair. So anything proven empirically or rationally, we are ready to take it. And multiplex perspective allows us to integrate and adopt and borrow. As long as the system is our system, we can integrate components from other people and findings in that system. So, like we are empirical, but not empiricist. So there is no problem with empirical research. Our problem is with reductionist empiricism, which claims that everything can be known through empirical research. We are rational, but not rationalist, because we value rational research, but we say don't totalize it, don't generalize it. There is a room for it, and it should remain within its limits. Same thing with subjectivism, social constructionism. They also have room, but within their limits, within their boundaries. So the problem is reductionism and totalizing and generalizing it. So if you say everything is subjective, or if you say everything is universal, we have a problem with it. Everything is socially constructed, or everything is like given, we have a problem with that. So multiplexity allows us to respect these the findings, the insights, but grounded and proven insights, from these civilizations. So whether we interact with China also in the past, like Muslims learned a lot of things from the Chinese, and they call these things ulum dakhila or ulum mushtaraka. So when you look at the classification of sciences, it's clear, like history, Muslims borrowed from non-Muslims, geography, medicine, these are all clear. These are ulum dakhila because these are under Nazar Aqli. But when it comes to Nazar Shar'i, the normative disciplines, they were independent. They did not borrow fiqh, they did not borrow other disciplines. But today, as Lena showed, they try to reduce Muslim achievements to pre-Islamic legacy. My answer to them is about Arabic grammar. You know, Arabic grammar is a very good proof that Muslims were very innovative. Arabic grammar is something they cannot borrow from Greeks or Jews or Christians or Iranians. It's something they themselves developed, and it's it's so well developed, you know, in the first century and second century. So if they achieved this level of development in Arabic grammar, like Sibawayh, Nahw, etc., this is a proof that they developed other disciplines as well without borrowing them. So Nazar Shar'i is the method unique to Muslims. Usul Fiqh is unique to Muslims, like Arabic, Nahw, Sarf, Balagha, these are unique to Muslims. They are the ones who developed this. And also Usul al-Hadith is also a unique method Muslims developed. So what unites the Ummah is the Usul, not the conclusions they arrive. Because in the conclusions we arrive, we are different. We have ikhtilaf. But we have some common methodology we share. This is what unites all the fuqaha, all the ulama, despite the disagreements. So we will interact with China the way we interacted with previous civilizations. Like, Islam actually, from the very beginning, postmodern, non-modern, because from the very beginning we were very critical of modernity, right? Our ulama rejected modern assumptions from the very beginning. So we did not accept them from the very beginning anyway. But at the same time, when regarding the scientific findings, like in medicine, engineering, etc., our ulama, they were like very open to these things. So our problem is with the paradigmatic or philosophical foundations, the existence. Like we don't accept the materialist worldview, but we can integrate empirical findings as long as they are proven. Thank you very much.
I think that any movement and change, it's followed and born by the absolute law of cause and effect. That's what I understand as takdir. Takdir is the foundation. It is the law of cause and effect. And now, economically, the world moving toward beyond socialism and capitalism. And do things based on reassessment, based on the law of cause and effect. Just take example. Morally, I think the spirit of the Gaza people much higher than Israel troop. Very high spirit, the people of Gaza. But militarily, technically, Gaza is winner. Israel is winner, militarily, technically. But morally, Gaza is winner. It is, I put them at different level. At the level of military, Israel is stronger because he follow the law of cause and effect. Anyone who has strong military technology will win in the battle. But morally, it is Gaza that is a winner. By saying that, I would say that according to Al-Quran as understood, all change bound by and follow the absolute law that is cause and effect. And in Al-Quran, the word ilm derive or cognate with alam. So alam is the open book. Sanurihim ayatina fil afaq, it is alam, it is open book. The sign of God, ayat-ayat Allah, the token of Allah. Wafi anfusikum, it is the word of our psychological, in ourselves. Also in history. So at least there are 4 types of ayat of ilm in the universe, in ourselves, in history, and the social life. So everyone who follow the law of God that is already established in the Sunnatullah, cause and effect, will win in this battle. But who doesn't follow the guide of the law of God will lose. And Japan, China and America, I think any country, one of them who can develop, create, innovate the higher economic and military innovation will win in this battle on the world. Islam the last in the middle age, middle time, it is the win, but no, it is with why. It is historical explanation. History can explain why. So in that case, ilm is it's open discussion. In Quran, it is stated that yarfa'illahu alladhina amanu minkum walladhina utul ilma darajat. Amanu mean, I think that's integrity, moral, amanu. Ilm, technical, knowledge, technological aspect, ilm. So any countries, nation who master those both weapon in their life, that is morality and science, will be the winner in the competition. But any country, just only one, even though morally good, but weak in the technology and science, will be loser. But one who just proud of the technological advancement, but poor in the morality, also will collapse maybe. I think that is now what is happening in America. In Indonesia, sometimes I just imagine having fantasy. Suppose Muhammad Rasulullah Prophet wake up from the town, Makbarah, then visiting to Indonesia, just imagination, I think will surprise. How come Indonesia that far away from Madinah and Arab, and it is surrounded by non-Muslim countries, by India it is Hindu, by Thailand, by China, and many non-Muslim countries. But in Indonesia, it is the big country that almost are Muslim. How come it is? At the level of takdir, it can be easy, can be traced back historically, scientific, why Indonesia became the largest Muslim country. It is scientific, it is historical discussion, it is scientific discussion, not metaphysical, not theological. I think it is quite historical discussion, why it happened to this country. So my answer is, well, according to understanding, Islam has no problem as far as we can try to learn, to understand, to follow the absolute law of God, that is Sunnatullah. Sunnatullah working at the level of ourselves, at medical science approach explain, and Sunnatullah work at the history and sociology, it is historic and explain, and Sunnatullah which is work at the cosmological level, at the technical level, it is science who explain this, the mechanism of law, cause and effect.
In my slides, I showed that in Islam we have maratibul ahkam. So some norms are universal. They are based on qat'iyat, daruriyat, and yaqiniyat. So all Muslims must accept this. And then there is the level of zanniyat and ijtihadiyat. So this allows diversity, but it must be justified by usul fiqh. Then the domain of mubahat. Allah Ta'ala did not regulate this domain. So we should keep these three levels in mind when we talk about local cultures being practiced by Muslims. So like Indonesians, you know, they practice their local culture in the domain of mubahat. Like they dress batik, you know, this mubah, and the Arabs dress jalabiya, this mubah. So this mubah domain allows maintaining local cultures. But sometimes, if you did not take this multiplex maratib al-ahkam into consideration, people say, oh, Islam is different in Bali and in Morocco. This Clifford Geertz book, you know, so he argues there are two different Islams. Actually, there are no two different Islams. At the level of qat'iyat, it's the same at the level of Zanniyat, maybe they are like Moroccan Maliki and then the Indonesian Shafi'i. But the Mubahat, this is the good thing about our religion. You know, it does not standardize everybody. This is what makes Islam open civilization and universal. I don't know if Dr. Kamara, you know, we should not call it a different Islam. You know, this is a big mistake with serious consequences. It's the same Islam, but with a different urf. Different in the domain of mubahat. Even Arabs, they are different among each other when it comes to mubahat. Like, you know, so this is the rahmat of Allah Ta'ala that He allowed us to be different. Yes. Yeah. So we should not call it different Islam. Like we had this project, Turkish Islam in Turkey, by you know, and then it failed. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah. In Quran has been said that Inna khalaqnakum syu'uban wa qabaila lita'arafu. So that God created in various tribes and language. When we talk language not only just verbal language. Language is, according to Heidegger, language is our house of being. So we are thinking, we are feeling, expressing, it is in our language. The people has many different culture and language. Lita'arofu, not litaharabu, okay? Lita'arofu. What is meaning aruf? Uruf means local wisdom. Uruf. Lita'arofu means you should exchange your badge of the wisdom, local wisdom, to each other. And every shu'ub and qabail, they have own local wisdom. So when I say Islam Indonesia, Islam Turkey, Islam and so on, it is not the level of ontological meaning, but it is more cultural meaning. Because we are raised and shaped very much by local culture. You know, I was born in Javanese culture, so the way of thinking, it is Javanese. And then enriched by Indonesian. When I read Al-Quran, for example this, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin, I don't have any exact word to translate Rob in our language. How to translate Rob? That's why I say that the translation, it is the shortest type of interpretation of Al-Quran. When you translate, actually you interpret Quran using your own language. So it creates local culture, local color of Islam. But at the level of values, it is the same. For example, we should honor our parents, just the same. But the way how to honor our parents, different. Okay, like Qiyas. Qiyas, I think it is validated that there is many different culture. If there is no differences, we don't need Qiyas. And why we have many different madhab? Because they live within different culture. That is madhab, qaul qadim and qaul jadid. Suppose Imam Shafi'i, Maliki, Hambali, they have lived longer, 200 years, maybe qaul qadim, qaul jadid, and qaul another qaul. Because he will improve all this qaul to the new one. By saying this, I would emphasize again that when I say local Islam, Indonesian Islam, it is merely as a method how to understand, to educate. It is cultural consciousness, like Islam during Muhammad at Mecca period and Islam at Madinah period, different. What is different? Different the methodology, how to explain Islam. And yes, we can make differences between Islam at Mecca period and Islam Madinah period. And Muslim who convert to Islam after Fathu Makkah also different their characteristic. Because they have no any choice unless I follow Islam to maintain our economic and political status quo, then the best choice just follow Muhammad. So when you see the history, the people who converted to Islam from very beginning, and after Fathu Makkah, different their career in life.
Thank you very much.
I would like to bring a more pessimistic mood to the discussion, and this is for all the panelists. The Muslim world is in a state of relative underdevelopment, disadvantage. So we speak about decolonizing. In the past, of course, in pre-colonial times, many Muslim societies were empires. We conquered other people. Both societies as well as rulers engaged in actions that were decidedly against Islamic principles. I would say, agreeing with Ibn Khaldun, that most Muslim rulers were unjust. I think the record of the Bani Umayyad, the Bani Abbasids, countless examples from other empires where you had extremely cruel leaders. Muslim slave trade was very active in Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa. And even there's record of Muslims taking white slaves from across the Mediterranean. And I think there's so many examples, and these are from all our sources. These are not Orientalist, they're not Orientalist criticisms or constructions. So my question is, if we succeed to decolonize, what is the potential for Muslims to become colonizers and to engage in the kinds of reprehensible acts that our rulers had engaged in the pre-colonial times? That's my question, since we're also talking in this conference about futures.
Of course, if you just, as you've just pointed out, yeah, and there's sort of a value judgment in there, the idea that if this sort of this emancipatory agenda, whatever it may be, if that's achieved, that somehow, things will be better. I'm the person who studies environment here, so I suppose, I share in a kind of maybe a Quranic pessimism. We have a rich, as religious Muslims, the way, as we've been speaking here in the Q&A session, there's a rich expression about humanity's injustice, oppressing the self more than anything else, forgetfulness, covering up of truth. Those are all realities. So I wouldn't, I wouldn't expect better to come from that transformation anyway. But others may disagree about that, and that's because of human nature, to underscore that, not because of Islam. Just real quick, I can't stop thinking about sustainability, so I don't mean to hijack this, but Professor Lumbard, two more quick things. First is, sustainability is distinctive in that, especially in pedagogy, folks want to use campus, masjid, the local environment, particularly for teaching and learning, and that's a great potential. If you're thinking academically or you're thinking in terms of institutions like UIII, and I know that the Ministry of Religious Affairs in the Republic of Indonesia right now is really leveraging that, both in terms of campus institutions, we heard about that recently, as well as masajid or masjid. And then the other thing is that indigenous systems around sustainability are quite strong, and many indigenous communities globally use the language of sustainability. In my own state, the College of Menominee Nation, and that's not a capitalist system, the way that sustainability is often cast as kind of almost an apology for global capitalism. So I think that in those fissures and tensions and opportunities, there's a lot for Muslims to say and do. So, thanks.
I think this is a real concern, like what Muslims will do, because Islam is on the rise today, because it is, like a sociologist speaking, allegedly the fastest growing religion in the world. And non-Muslims, they ask this question, what Muslims will do if they gain power and become majority in Europe, America, Japan, in different countries. Unfortunately, this question is not taken seriously and addressed by Muslims. So we have to address this question. And like I supervise one PhD thesis on the status of non-Abrahamic non-Muslims under Islamic rule. You know, like how our theology, fiqh, looks at those communities, and how it was like historically, how was our treatment with them, with the Hindus, Buddhists, Zoroastrians, and the idol worship as Wethaniyun. So we did field work in India, Iran, and Mauritania, in 3 places. So this is a very important question. If you want to prevent that kind of oppression, colonization, violation, we have to revive the pluralistic, legacy in our fiqh first, based on Ademiyya, the concept of Ademiyya. Second, the tezkiyatun nefs, is very important to restrain human inclination for power, oppression, and treating others unjustly. So if there is tezkiyatun nefs, tarbiyatun nefs, combined with power, then there is restraint. Otherwise, if someone is powerful, what kind of motivation will stop him from using his power to get whatever he wants? So I suggest that decolonization should take in 3 levels. First, at the body level, we should free our bodies from gender studies, this gender ideology. Second, at the mental level, we should free our minds from colonial and post-colonial theories. Third, at the heart, spirit, we should decolonize our hearts from desires and passions. In particular, those desires and passions imposed on us by this modern nationalism, racism, and also capitalist consumptions. So without decolonizing our hearts and minds, we may become the way they are. We may be no different than they. So now we don't have power, and when we have power, we may act the same way they are doing right now. So this spiritual, moral, ethical training, this tazkiyah, is very important, inshallah.
Early years of Islam, when Islam spread to outside Mecca and Medina, the people see Islam as a liberating force that enhance, that educate the people as a liberating. Fathu Makkah, not the power of oppression, not oppressor power, but it is the liberator. But I think when European come to Indonesia, it is not liberating power, it is oppressing power. And there is also the law of history that any state country that it is weak, it will become the object commanded, regulated by the stronger one. Again, although I don't agree to theory of Thomas Hobbes that any state, country, people will become prey of the stronger one, homo homini lupus. Islam, of course, doesn't agree to that because should protect rather than to oppress. But what is happening, I think, whenever Islam want to be the power of liberation should regain, became powerful again as center. Come the time, Islam the time, come from the higher position to the lower one. But now, technically, economically, and so on, Islam, the word, Muslim word, they position in the lower one. It is the law of history, I think. It is not theological explanation, but it is the law of history that we should read that, and to regain again, we should again to develop a better education, economic, political, and so on and so on.
So, Professor Anna, Professor Komaruddin, Professor Recep, thank you very much for sharing your insights. Thank you for all participants. Jazakumullah khairan. Subhanaka wa bihamdika, ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta, astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk.